Well, here we are once again. Floating somewhere between Earth and space, just trying to figure it all out. We've got a hell of a lot to talk about here tonight, Space Fam, so I guess we better get right to it. As always, do not forget to buckle up those seatbelts. Otherwise, you might go floating off into that deep dark void. Never to be seen again. Alright, Space Fams, beautiful to see all of you here on this Tuesday evening. One thing to talk about tonight. One thing only. Before we get to any of that, first some shout-outs. Maximus, Lies on Lessness, and Moa Noep, 123 in the YouTube chat. Young Chris, Closeworth. Who else is here? Mr. Spock. B-Cat. And Morbius. Wow, very quiet in here. Well, people, it's time. Primaries are starting up once again. We got like 45 of them for the rest of the year. Starting off the month of May with Ohio and Indiana. Yes, people. It's elections time. Get ready.
Other in this primary here. Again, each with sort of a big geographic base right there. Remember, this is the Pence.
Well, I've got election results tab I'm looking at. I'm looking at the Kornacki cam right now. Oh, this is not live. We need live. Give us live, Kornacki.
You have got to be getting real nervous right now. You got no votes reported in your race. But
we
you
got
have
some
seen
new vote in 38 and in 41.
Okay, 38.
What a perfect, what a perfect spot to land on. How great! I gotta hear that one more time.
Right now. You got no significantly with a lot of the vote in right there. So we're really only looking right now, and it's still nothing from the 23rd district. But boy, if you are Spencer Deary, you have got to be getting real nervous right now. You got no votes reported in your race. But you have seen
vote in,
got
in
no
38
votes.
Yeah.
and in 41.
Zero
Okay,
votes.
38. Just, I think,
Wow.
continues to.
People are so disenfranchised in some of these Republican districts. They're like, fuck it. What's the point? What's the point of voting? Honestly, that's sad. I shouldn't laugh. That's actually sad. It's just as an example of a sad situation, but still. The way Kornacki said it over here was kind of funny.
Yeah.
And in 41.
Okay, 38. Just, I think, continues to be very good for good, right?
That's right.
Nothing changed. Tell me 41. This is much more. Oh, I can already see it was good for Davis. Where was it from?
It's another 200 batch in Bartholomew.
Yeah, and she won it what?
Okay, so they're going over the state Senate
73
right now,
7.
Yeah.
which we aren't
Wow. I mean, it's
super interested in.
Update here. Remember that first same-day vote update for Walker out of
What
Bartholomew?
we're worried most about right now is the House.
We've had 2 or 3 subsequent closer to that catastrophic range for him.
We were worried about the House. We were worried about the Senate.
Look, we got more than half the vote.
Should be worried about governor's races, states, attorneys general, things of that nature. So let's do that real quick. Let's look at Indiana's current results. We have nothing in yet for House District 1 in Indiana. Polls closed 40 minutes ago. in Indiana. No votes yet for the 1st district in the House for either Democrats or Republicans. District 2, Dems, 41% of the vote is already in, it would seem, according to them, with Jamie DeCio looking like they're going to walk away. This was actually one of the only races in Indiana where we didn't have a candidate that we wanted one way or another to take it down. Now, Kelly Thompson running unopposed here in House District 3rd. So she will win the primary. I think her competitor dropped out recently, if I recall correctly.
Right there in the 11th district, and we got one I'm just taking you through right here. That's four. That's four either defeated or facing some very, very...
Was attendance read Bueller?
You have one right here,
Bueller.
who's been the outlier tonight. He's been having a
Bueller.
good night. You've been having a great night. I should just say great. So it's four right now that the Trump side, to some degree, is very enthusiastic about. It's one that the incumbent side is very enthusiastic about. But like I said, that's the backdrop for saying still nothing in the 23rd district. If you're Deary and this is the story you're seeing tonight around the state, how are you feeling right now? How are you feeling as you anticipate the first votes coming in from this part of the district? And again, nothing, although, what time is it? 7? Well, we're getting upward of 8 o'clock here. So 8 o'clock is when we got numbers from in here.
Okay, let's go down here. Keep going. 4th district right now. Our preferred candidate is not doing as well as you might like, with 30% of the vote in already. John Whetstone, unfortunately, down here. Very crowded field here in Indiana's 4th. Looks like really the race is between these two individuals right now. Anything could happen technically with 30% of the vote in. Still a very technically close race, but it would seem either Cox or Mackey are the likely winners of this district race. Okay. This is Indiana's 5th.
So that's the part of Indiana we're talking about right here. In theory,
now this J.D. Ford is, I believe, currently a member of the Indiana State Senate and is now running in the primary. He is unfortunately beating out Jackson Franklin, who was our preferred member or candidate, although technically I think Jackson could still win, but he'd have to win most of the vote that's left, I think, as he trails by 26% here. Cynthia Worth, who was our preferred candidate right now, with only 40% of the vote in, is just utterly decimating everybody in Indiana's 6th district. Andre Carson, another candidate that we had said we were hoping would win, is really beating people up in District 7 right now. Hold on. What's going on over here?
From the state website.
Okay, that's the other. I'm sorry I don't have the graphic to show you. Let me zoom back. Nothing else has come in, right?
Nothing yet.
Ah, okay, we are doing the districts now. Oh, wait, no. That's the state senate, so. All right, Mary Allen. This is another person in District 8 that we said we wanted to win, and is currently 66% of the vote, with 40% of it in. Beating out the next best challenger by 50% right now. I mean, absolutely crushing it. Brad Meyer, though, very close here. Only 6% between him and Tim Peck. Brad is who we want to win here. 44% of the vote in. Anything could happen here. We're going to try and keep you all apprised of this as things continue.
Niemeyer and Starkey are the two candidates here. Starkey is endorsed by Mike Brown.
Merlin Hurlin. Thank you for the follow on Twitch.
And Starkey. Okay?
And Steve, yeah. News Now is going to come back to you.
Wait, is this just the Indiana?
Ohio
Oh, this is just the Indiana. Okay.
Calls in the gubernatorial.
Okay, can you help me get that? What did, okay, I don't want to get people from Indiana here. What do they want to show?
That race and Senate.
Okay.
There it is.
What do we want to show here on the Senate side?
We called for Houston.
Oh, I'm
Brown.
sorry.
Yep.
Brown technically had a. Okay.
No game. Yeah, that's still only 2% of the voting. That's very preliminary. That's got to be mail-in votes only.
I'm sorry. What they want to do? Ohio. They just want to say that Houston, that Brown and okay.
Exactly.
Okay. When?
Coming up in the next minute 30 here.
Okay. Okay. So sorry, folks. And again, nothing new in Indiana.
That's right.
Okay.
Not missing anything.
So I'm sorry. We're just going to jump over to Ohio. Just make official for the news now, folks. Again, we don't want to. We're here looking at state legislative primaries. We just want to make official that some of these marquee November matchups have been set.
We got some more vote in Howard in 21.
Yeah.
Powell cleans up this batch as well. 66% of the new vote.
I almost can't get over how massive and resounding this is in Howard. Buck's area, he's basically losing 2-1 here. That's just about it. We're at 80% of the vote right there. Yes. All right, we're going to do news now here.
Ramaswamy, who viewers may not have heard from in a while, but he just clinched the GOP nomination there for governor of Ohio.
That's right. And again, running with Donald Trump's endorsement, right? Ran against him, one of those candidates in the 2024 primaries, and has sort of did some repair work with relationships. I think recast himself from a messaging standpoint here, and ends up winning tonight, obviously easily in the Republican primary in this governor's race. It was interesting. The outgoing governor here had actually appointed some time ago a Lieutenant Governor Jim Tressel, who used to be the highly successful football coach at Ohio State University. Many people had read that as an attempt to try to head off the nomination of Ramaswamy, but once Trump got involved, got behind Ramaswamy, this outcome, I think, became inevitable.
All right, Steve Kornacki, great to have you. We thank you for that. We're going to be right back here on Top Story.
Okay.
If you want to head back into Indiana,
yes.
We did get a new result in 38, if you want to take a look at that.
Yeah. All right, 38, what did we get?
38, you were just in it.
I think we just got Johnson County, huh?
Go back to 30.
Yeah,
30.
30. I thought.
Yes, there you go.
Oh, I see what you're trying to do. All right, folks, no surprise you've been watching. And there it is. The Greg Good, State Senator Greg Good, a Republican who voted against Donald Trump's mid-decade redistricting bid in Indiana, has been renominated, has survived in the face of a Trump-backed primary challenge by Brenda Wilson. This actually an easy victory for Good here. He's been leading comfortably since the first updates that we've gotten here. Again, this district in the Terre Haute area here, we've got a vote in here from a significant vote from both parts of this district. And so Good has survived. So there is a Republican who will survive, who Donald Trump and his allies went after here. Greg Good is his name. So again, to reset here, one has gone down. Travis Holdman, okay, south of Fort Wayne here. One has survived, Good in the 38th district, but then a whole bunch are in big trouble. Again, I've been going through this. I mean, the numbers here have been overwhelmingly bad for Buck and overwhelmingly good for Tracy Powell, his Trump-backed challenger. So that's, the Trump side's very excited, I think, what they're looking at there. We are looking at here, just get inside this district. Again, half the vote from Linda Rogers' part of the district, and she's losing it by nearly 10 points. Discouraging sign for her. Down here, 55% of the vote. Have we got anything new in?
Yeah, you caught it before. We had about 350 new votes out of Bartholomew.
Still Bartholomew. And look at that. Davis has taken the lead there. What was it? How did it look?
It was 266.95 of the new batch.
Folks, it's getting clear cut here. I mean, we said, the question we posed there after the earlier, is this same day look different? We got an answer. The same day has looked different in Bartholomew County. It's been great for Davis. It's been terrible for Walker. It's been so good that now, with almost 2/3 of the vote in Bartholomew County, Michelle Davis has taken the lead over Walker in the vote count there. Again, remind you, Bartholomew County is where Walker's from. It's his political base. It is also the home of former Vice President Mike Pence, Trump's estranged former vice president and
Sorry, I'm not talking over here. I'm like doing spreadsheet stuff while I'm listening to Kornacki. I can just like zone the fuck out just now. Oh god. I just noticed that somebody's been very busy over here on the 2026 primary spreadsheet. I appreciate you. I think you know who you are. I assume you know who you are. It's only been one person that's really putting in a bunch of effort right here. Actually, I guess I see, actually, you know, I take it back. There's been a couple of people putting effort, but in the last day or so. Last day. Look at that person. Thank you.
The numbers going up for him. He's going north with the same day. He just got 62% of that update.
Shit, I don't know what...
What's here for Buck? This is where he's from. He's getting clobbered. He's getting clobbered in the suburbs. You know, I guess we're just waiting to see Tipton.
He's getting clobbered. Oh, God.
Not that big. But we're pro-Trump. Look at this. This is what Tipton County looks like. This is where Tracy Powell's from. I don't see it for Buck. I mean, it's just almost half the vote is in. Look what he's facing right
I just
here.
realized the volume's super low and that nobody can hear
so
what Steve is saying. Jesus Christ.
We do have an update from
Nobody can
Andrew
even
at
hear
the decision
Steve,
desk,
and it's all my fault.
who is looking into. We got a call coming in.
Yep, from where?
21.
Yeah, folks, you can watch it happen live. There is the check mark. Did you see it? An NBC News decision desk has projected that Trump-backed challenger Tracy Powell has defeated State Senator James Buck in Indiana's 21st District Republican primary. Buck had voted against Donald Trump and his bid to redraw the state's congressional maps at the end of last year to the benefit of Republicans. Trump and his forces came in with big money and high energy here trying to take out Buck in this race. They got behind Tracy Powell, and wow, has Powell absolutely, he's not just beaten Buck, he has clobbered him tonight. And you've been watching these results come in, and you've seen it. It could not be more resounding than this victory for Powell over Buck. Right up there, again, you see two of these incumbents who have been absolutely crushed tonight. Travis Holdman, a member of the state Senate Republican leadership, absolute landslide here in the 19th district. He's been defeated, and an absolute landslide here in the 21st district, which again goes from Kokomo to those suburbs of Indianapolis with a big rural swath in between. And Buck is going to lose in a big way there tonight. So the
Now remember, these are the state Senate primaries. So this is not the general, right? These are Republicans against Republicans, Democrats against Democrats. And then the generals will happen at the end of the year. The reason these are so important, I've been saying it. I've been saying it all year, but it is because this is the democracy part of democracy, really. Primaries are truly the democracy part of democracy. By the time you get to the general, you have candidates that have already been picked for you, right? And you have to decide between two different choices, right? And that's not the most democratic, right? And if you haven't participated up to that point, then, you know, like a lot of times I feel like people just kind of throw their hands up. But that's why the primaries are so important. We get people into the races, into the generals, who are not only palatable, but have great policies, perhaps, that could actually help this country rather than demolish it.
Forces now, 7 targets. They had 7 targets. Republican incumbents in Indiana, they wanted to take out in these primaries. They have now won 2, and they've lost 1. The Trump side's won 2, and the incumbents have survived in 1. But as we've been saying, the news is extremely discouraging for the Republican incumbent here. And the news has not been good so far for the Republican incumbent here. So the possibility that this 2 could grow in the near future looms large right here. And again, still nothing.
Are you from Indiana? Rural swatch means cornfields, for your information, says I'm just me. Yeah, I've driven through Indiana. I know what most of it looks like.
From these 2 districts. No, we've got now, I spoke too soon. 129 votes from the 23rd district here. Okay, it's from a very rural part of the district, Park County. When we saw this number come in here, is this early vote or is this mail? What do you think we're looking at? I think this could be the early vote.
It could be. We do have a more significant batch out of Lake, and I do also want to revisit 6, where I have an interesting update too.
The thing I was surprised by last time I drove through Indiana was just how many
So this is Lake
wind farms there are. All these farmers are like, hey, let me make a little extra money here.
Oh my goodness, folks! I mean, this is one of those
Put up
updates
some
that's like, I mean, we knew Durnell was in some trouble
wind
here, just based on how
turbines.
everything else has been going. This is catastrophic. If you're Durnell, there's only one county, as I say, in this district. There's only part of one county in this district. It's Lake County, and look at that. We just got a third of the vote in this district, and Durnell is getting crushed by almost 50 points.
Now, one thing
You've
I'm
seen the
noticing here,
pattern.
because I've been watching this a little longer than everybody here has, is that incumbent Republicans are getting hammered. From what I can tell, just in this one race, like in terms of Indiana's state Senate primary right now, incumbents are getting hammered. And Kornacki seems genuinely surprised. I'm not as surprised. I'm actually reasonably unshocked. Right, this was somewhat expected considering how unpopular Republicans are. And we're just talking primaries. Of course, the incumbents are going to get hammered, right? Because they're even though these guys are in the state Senate, it doesn't really matter much. Like they're going to a lot of these guys because of how dissatisfied Republican voters are with the actions of Republicans. I'm not shocked to see this. Also, like, I think there's also been a lot of failure at the state level lately to prevent a number of different things from happening that I think is causing a lot of people to get upset, especially in farming communities, like Indiana, where all of these like data centers are popping up and stuff while people's farms are going under because of Trump's trade war and the, Operation Epstein Fury, all these things. I think they're all sort of just coalescing right now in a bad way for incumbent Republicans.
Of returns in all these other districts tonight. There's an outlier down there in Terre Haute where, from the word go,
which is
was
fair.
Good news for the incumbent. Everywhere else, when we've gotten the early vote and then we've started getting the same-day vote reported out, you've seen the story tonight, that same-day vote has been getting better and better as it's come in for the challengers. And here's the challenger, the Trump-backed challenger, starting out with a nearly 50-point lead over the Republican incumbent here. Is there much reason, given everything we've seen tonight, to think this is going to reverse? Not just reverse, but reverse in a massive way.
Is this going down right now?
For Durnell.
Yeah.
This is
man. I told you, we are going to cover the primaries way more.
Mentally looking at this, saying, thinking in my mind.
Hopefully, it's certainly more than I have been. This is important to me. Like the elections, in my opinion, are the democracy part of the democracy. I don't even think it's opinion. I think it's mostly fact. It's the democracy part of the democracy.
Look at that. A third of the vote
getting involved in this
Republican incumbent
is vital.
Getting crushed so far.
It is vital for us, okay? Because right now, at the moment when democracy is at stake most, is when we need to be most engaged, right? Because the other option, as we've talked about, is not good, right? If we give up on democracy, what is the other option? It's either to allow fascism to happen or the second option.
52-48 for Starkey over Niemeyer. And then we have a report out of Lake County.
But of course, there's the preferable first option,
1,500 votes,
which is
and Niemeyer's
democracy.
52-48 over Starkey.
Okay, 1,500 votes.
About that, yes.
52-48.
The problem here is that some of the really is that the case?
Votes, but
Wait, so you're telling
that was
me
election day, And
I mean, you're giving me information that I don't actually have. I'm not focused in on the Republican primaries very much for this, but you're saying that most of the incumbents that are losing their seats are because they went against Trump? Interesting. Yeah, I guess we'll see how that pans out, whether or not the
this right here is Senate District 6 that we're talking about, okay?
Trump-backed candidates wind up taking out those who have
suburbs here of Chicago.
perhaps pushed back on his agenda.
Part of the district. There is Newton too. It's sort of more rural. So, okay, interestingly, in the Lake County.
That's the other thing, though. That is a really important dynamic right now for us to figure out where it is Republicans are, right? Like even there is some large portion of the country. I don't know exactly what the number is.
We're not sure why.
30%, 35% or something like that.
Okay, and the way, I mean, look what's happening in the northern part, up north here in Lake County. We just showed you.
And the
Trump-backed challenger is crushing
the results of this, these are early and important elections, right? These are. Indiana used to be a bellwether election, and it should be. This is the other thing. We can't. Democrats need to stop giving up on Indiana, on Ohio, on like some of these other fucking states, on any state. Like honestly, we should be talking about every. We're going to try and be talking about every single fucking state.
Could lose here is raised. So while we're looking at those 7, add this one here, Niemeyer, to the watch list here of Republican incumbents who could go down tonight. Now, I'm sure Trump would claim it as a victory, even though he didn't directly get involved here. But 52-48 in the early.
Trump. That's right. Trump wanted Indiana to redistrict, but they didn't. And now these guys are getting primaried. Oh my God. Wow. Well, I guess we'll see how that plan works out.
Oh, okay, we're doing the news now in 3 minutes. So, folks, we're going to return to this one throughout the night. One thing to keep in mind, by the way, too, Niemeyer's cousin, through his father, is the county chair in Lake County. That's where you're seeing these numbers from, is the county chair from Lake County. I don't know if that might have played it. He ran for Congress.
So to some degree, then, I mean, really, this election will be a litmus test. Well, litmus test. What do you call it?
Trump's thinking here, but
a testing of the temperature on the Trump voter.
So, okay, I'm sorry. We're going to do a News Now update, but we also did get same-day vote. It looks like more.
Well, not the Trump voter, the Republican voter.
Yeah. Okay. Wow.
Which are technically two different things, I guess, a near perfect circle. A near perfect circle, but technically there's some difference there. I think.
Strict breakouts, but I can tell you the last 2 updates out of St. Joseph, Schmutzo won by 54% and 59%.
Yeah, okay. Rogers
you weren't expecting this live
here in the same day, but she's losing.
Why weren't you expecting this live, Zola?
Her portion of the
district. The elections are important.
She would do better. So we got most of the vote in St. Joseph.
Looks phallic.
She's going to have to win in what we think of as the weaker part of the district for her. We have no votes from there. Elkhart County.
Was Kornacki's drawing phallic?
Wow.
I was not paying attention to his drawings.
Down a second. This one, boy, that's brutal for him. A third. This could be a fourth. Certainly, the way that one's trending. Rogers is competitive, but she's going to need to turn it around in an unlikely place. That could be 5, and even Niemeyer. That could be the only one having a good night is down here is good. Check in on Deary if anything new came in. Deary with 129 votes. That's not bad for him, but let you guys see what else comes there. We're doing a News Now here. What are we talking about?
Indiana on the first question and revisiting Ohio for question 2.
What? Anything in particular in Ohio?
I think the calls from earlier tonight. We do have some vote in the district you were teasing with our audience earlier in District 9.
Okay, I got to figure out. We don't have a shortcut on here, do we? I got to just figure. Sorry, folks. I don't mean to. I just want trying to practice this so I can do this on the air. It's like I go to Ohio. I press Senate. Why am I thought I was in D primary. I don't know. Okay. Maybe it'll stay if I do that. And I go back to Indiana and I hit. What do I hit?
You can hit any of those shortcuts.
Okay, but we can't do that. Okay.
No.
Okay. And where are they coming to us? I'm sorry.
Top of the hour.
Are we at the top of the hour? Okay. Do we have anything new?
80120 is the actual hit.
I think we just got more in 41.
Yes, we got more in 41.
Oh, where did it come in?
In Bartholomew, another 500 votes.
And she crushed it, huh?
That's right.
Yeah. She's running.
Yeah, the incumbents, I'd see many of the incumbents are not holding up very well.
Okay, Davis
Not
is,
at all.
Yeah, Davis is up 6 now. Yeah, wow. I mean, the pattern is just, you would expect now as this Bartholomew vote continues to come in, you would expect this Davis lead to expand. So if she walks out of Bartholomew, she's probably going to, she's almost certainly going to win Bartholomew County. And then all that's left is a county she's already winning by 20. I mean, if you're Walker, you're just terrible. You're in terrible shape.
Awful. Weak.
Nothing new here, but look at that number for Durnell. And so, I mean, this two wins now by the Trump forces, I think is very quickly can jump to 4. And Linda Rogers, unless she pulls a rabbit out of the hat in Elkhart County, that turns to 5. 1 they failed in, the Trump forces. Nothing we
Democrats aren't going to fix anything. Democrat leaders say we need a strong Republican Party. You know, I've never seen you in this chat before. What the fuck, Donnie? Or actually, maybe I have. What the fuck? Now that I've said your name out loud, it actually does ring a bell. But you're not very regular. But we've been talking about the elections quite a lot. And it's about who's in charge, isn't it? Because you pointed it out there just now. The Democrat leaders. Chuck Schumer. Hakeem Jeffries. Gotta get rid of these guys. Unfortunately, Chuck's not up for election right now. Hakeem is, though, later this year. But generally speaking, if we replace those Democratic leaders with better people, well, maybe they will do something. Maybe they will fix things.
Say yet here, just too small. And they may even, this district, we can't show you, but we took you through. You know, this could end up at they could end up at 7, just a different 7 than we thought. Okay, we're coming on to news now, folks. That's why I'm getting quiet here.
As always, let's start off with NBC's chief data analyst, Steve Kornacki, at the big board. Steve, great to see you. Indiana, what's it looking like right now, and what are we looking for?
The Trump forces, the president and his allies, are having a big night so far.
When have you ever been kicked out of chat for saying that Jeffries and Schumer gotta go? Not one time. That's a lie. That is a lie, dude. That has never happened to you. Do not lie. You know why you get kicked out of here, and it's not for that.
In Indiana, you're looking, these are state Senate districts here that the Trump side has targeted. Generally, these are incumbent state senators who voted against the president in his bid to have the Indiana congressional map redrawn last year. Trump said he'd try to take them out in primaries, and the pink means that the Trump side has won. And so you can see already now 2 victories for the Trump side, 2 incumbents taken out. This is Travis Holt.
I'm not kidding you, you fucking idiot. What are you talking about? This is the most anti-Jeffries, anti-Chuck Schumer fucking show I could imagine, and you're pretending like that's something that you've been kicked out for when literally no one in the history of the Galactic News Network has ever been kicked out for saying that. You get high fives for saying that. You get you don't get kicked out for that. And you're trying to pretend that somehow you're being repressed for a completely different thing. You know why you get kicked out. It's because you come in here and you say completely deranged fucking shit that clearly crosses lines. That's why you get kicked out. You know it. You're clearly trying to start something right now, as if you're like this fucking martyr coming in here. Oh, yes, exactly, being repressed.
He's not just an incumbent, he is a member of the Republican State Senate leadership in Indiana, and you can see NBC News has already declared he's going to lose. He's going to lose in a landslide. Also, right here, this goes from sort of the Kokomo area down to the Indianapolis suburbs. Senator James Buck, another one who voted against that redistricting, targeted by Trump. He is losing in a landslide. So that's 2 wins on the board already for the Trump side. One incumbent targeted by the Trump team has survived tonight, Greg Good. He has been projected to win his primary by NBC News. But I can also tell you, these other districts that you see in sort of that brownish color right here, to varying degrees, the news is bad to extremely bad in all of them for the incumbents. For instance, up here outside Chicago, look at this. Dan Durnell is a Republican state senator who voted against Trump. We got a third of the vote in there. He is down by almost 50 points. So that's 2 wins so far. 2 incumbent state senators that the Trump side has been able to defeat. That number could grow significantly higher very soon, Gotti.
Now, what is Ohio looking like?
So in Ohio, I think so much of this is just about setting the stage for the November general election. John Husted is the appointed incumbent senator there. Democrats are very much hoping that this is a seat that they can make competitive and win in the fall. They wanted the national party, certainly the party establishment wanted Sherrod Brown. He did technically have a primary challenger here. No surprise here. Brown's going to win that easily. So the stage is now set in Ohio for what will be a marquee Senate election this fall. Sherrod Brown, who previously had been in the Senate, lost his seat during that 2024 election when Trump won Ohio by double digits. Now Brown will attempt to win back a seat in the United States Senate. Any chance, really, that Democrats have of controlling the U.S. Senate next year, almost any chance, is going to require them to have Sherrod Brown win this seat in Ohio this fall.
And what is this going to do to the balance of power in Congress as you're seeing things shake out here?
Well, the other thing we're looking at here in Ohio tonight, some of these House primaries I could show you here on the Republican side. Sorry for all the
Oh my God,
here,
finally.
But you could see this district.
Dude, how long did it take? Why dude, they really don't want to talk about it. The mainstream media is like allergic to talking about like the House elections, like the primary elections. I actually have to release that clip. I got a clip I need to release of CNN saying that the primaries were fucking over when we've had like 4, at least before tonight. And it's insane. Like, these people are determined to quash democracy. Like, they don't want you voting. Like, they really don't. Like, oh right, and the primaries 2 hours into the stream. Oh right, yeah, and we have you know, House primaries going on. Maybe we should talk
like
about
some kind
those.
of ophthalmologist eye test or something. But the 9th district here, in fact, you're starting to see the results come in. These are Republicans who are in the primary to run against Marcy Kaptur. Marcy Kaptur is a Democratic congresswoman who's been in office since 1982. She's the longest-serving woman in congressional history and in the history of the House. This is a district that Trump carried. Republicans there are very few opportunities for them on the map this year to take out Democratic incumbents. This is one in Congress that they're hoping for. Their primaries being settled tonight. So again, a lot of stuff we're seeing tonight in Ohio is about planting seeds for what will be November in the fall when this state is so closely watched.
NBC's Steve Kornacki, thank you so much. Now let's bring in.
You got it. Okay, let's go. What's that? Oh, I thought somebody was talking to me. Okay, so we're back over in Indiana here, congressional primaries here in Indiana. I got to get back to. I'm sorry, folks. Anything come in while we were doing that?
No.
That's all the coverage they're gonna give us in the House. It's wild. What is their fucking deal? That shit is insane. I don't understand it. What does this mean for people from? Sorry, not Americans. Huh, good question. Good question. Well, I mean, I don't know. I assume you mean this is a broad question. I assume you're asking, like, what do all of the elections mean for non-Americans? Well, I can say broadly, the House elections, the Senate elections that I want us to talk about, that Steve is refusing to talk about right now. Well, all right, he quickly talked about them very briefly, but there's like 24. There's 24 of them happening right now. All he's talking about is the state Senate. But those are very important for people abroad, non-Americans. Depending on where you are, it might have, you know, a wide range of effects. From aid to military actions, right? Like a broad range of things. Climate policy, right? Who's in charge of the country is fairly important, considering America being the largest economy and the haver of the largest military. What is that? Oh, puppy treat time. Thank you, lowercase, for reminding me. Like, there we go.
See, you didn't miss anything. So, first district, I'll just take you through a quick tour to see the numbers. There's the first district. Thurnell, just horrible for him. Rogers, she's putting up a fight, but she's going to have to do more in the 11th district. We've already seen Holdman go down in the 19th district. Buck has gone down in the 21st district. We still have just a scattering of votes in the 23rd. Spencer Deary, the incumbent there. Greg Good has survived, Republican incumbent, the only one so far to survive. He's done that in the 38th district. And the news was initially... There it is. Boy, what timing. Did you see the check mark, folks? I was just about to say the news has gotten real bad for him. It just got worse. Greg Walker, Republican incumbent state senator in Indiana, has been defeated for renomination. NBC News is projecting that State Representative Michelle Davis has won the primary in Indiana's 41st Senate District. Walker, one of those Republicans who voted against the Trump-backed bid to change the state's congressional map to try to draw Republicans more seats in this year's midterm elections. Again, Davis is state legislator. Walker actually had announced his retirement. Then this whole, at that point, Davis got in the race. And then when this whole redistricting battle started, Walker changed his mind, said, I want to fight. I got my energy back for this fight. But the voters here, the Republican voters, have decided they are going with Trump's side. They are going with Davis's side. And so now we can zoom out and we can show you. Remember, 7 incumbent Republicans, the president backed their challengers tonight. 1, 2. He's put 3 wins on the board. He's lost here in the 38th district. We have 4 results now that are official, 4 races called by NBC. The Trump side has won 3 of them. I might add, it's won those 3 races resoundingly. We're not looking at, I think Davis, just given we've been taking you through it, what's still to come in that district, I think you expect that lead is going to grow for her in that district. These are resounding verdicts here. Up here in the first district, we say it's 3 right now, could very well be 4 in the near future. Look at the situation. Dan Durnell has got himself in there. Could then become 5 if Linda Rogers doesn't turn it around in the Elkhart County portion of the district. Again, remember, St. Joseph County here, this is just outside South Bend. This is Granger. This is her home base. Most of the vote is in. She's competitive, but she's losing here. What would she have to do? She'd have to do the opposite. She'd have to win by a comparable margin next door in Elkhart County. The challenge, the problem for Rogers there, look at the politics of Elkhart County. This is the Trump country part of the district. Where her home base is the more politically competitive part. She's losing her home base, the more politically competitive part. She's going to have to somehow overcome, she's going to have to somehow make up for it in the pro-Trump part of the district.
Yeah. Seems the majority of these districts that Trump has backed a challenger in, the incumbent is losing handily. And the math of that, that raise there doesn't sound like she's going to be turning that around.
Understand that.
It is high for early. We had only projected about 300 early and mail-in, and with 1,200 here, I would think that would be some election day, but it's not distinguished in the system with breakouts for the different modes.
Right. Okay. So just to tell you kind of what you're looking at here, this is, again, the district itself is, essentially...
All right. While Kornacki continues to talk about the Senate, the state Senate races, we're going to go back to the...
Lafayette, West Lafayette.
We're going to go back to the House races.
And inside this square is Democrat.
Like I think they're only obsessed with this one fucking situation in Indiana because of Donald Trump. And that's actually really fucking annoying. I don't know what their fucking deal is. There's other elections going on. Can we focus on some of those, please? Let's do it. Since MSNBC can't be bothered.
Is largely rural and heavily pro-Trump. And demographically is very, very.
Hate to say it, but I would say these are actually more important races.
In Warren County,
Like, of course, every race is important, but these have more. I mean, there's more power. You know, as you make your way, you know, like up the government, right? Like usually people start off in places like state senate or like city council or something, and then go on to the House or the Senate or governor. Or something like that. But these are fairly small races, which won't wind up having really very much national impact, right? Whereas the House races will wind up having a national impact, yet they're fucking only focused on this because my guess is because Trump is mad at Indiana. He told them to redistrict, and then he started backing incumbent challengers, and so that's why they're fucking just like obsessed with this, and it's fucking weird. We got other shit going on. All right, Indiana's House District number 1. Frank Mervyn, 20% in, seems to be utterly decimating Vendetta, Sparks, Wade. Neither of these candidates were all that impressive or compelling. Not tacit. What's the word?
Oh, can I get my?
I can't think of the word now. My brain just broke.
I'm sorry. I know we. This is one of the Hoosiers districts. Remember the movie Hoosiers?
We were saying last time we were talking about this is Mervyn. Vote for him if you want. You know,
Montgomery County.
if you want somebody blue, and that's really for the general, because the fight between these two is really not that important.
Okay, I'm done with Hoosiers.
They both kind of suck.
So this is the again.
Indiana's
very, very important
second district, we actually had no candidate. Like, they were all so bad, I just didn't care. And so neither of these even got an endorsement. Kelly Thompson, the assumed winner here. Kelly.
Out of Park County. And we don't quite know what that is or what that represents.
Of course, unopposed, so there were no votes here. But she is the person you should be voting for in the general against, who it would seem is going to be Marlon Stutzman, with 59% of the vote in here in the third. Marlon, I don't know if that's a man or a woman, seems to be the person that is going to be taking that down. Very hot contested race here in Indiana's 4th district, which I think is this Indianapolis?
There, we took you through that. Look at that Holdman number. That's where I think that was the first kind of earthquake tonight. Did we get more here, Adam, in 11?
It's like Western Indianapolis.
No, I think 55.
It doesn't include like the center city.
Nothing more here. Have you had a moment to look in at?
Who were we? Yeah. Unfortunately,
no additional updates.
Our preferred candidate, John Whetstone, is the big chunk there. Not doing super hot. In fact, highly unlikely at this point. Perhaps mathematically impossible for him to win.
Scream if anything happens.
Yep.
Yeah, he wasn't the most flashiest of candidates, but he seemed like a good guy with a good head on his shoulders and a good policy platform. But we can't win them all.
This is the Marcy Captor District.
Same thing for District 5 at the moment, with 70% of the vote in. J.D. Ford seems to be beating our preferred candidate, Jackson Franklin, by 26%, by 8,000+ votes. Still very, very, well, not very, very close, but fairly close race between Sparks and King, with only 50% of the vote in, although it would seem, actually, it's almost 20% up. I take it back. I was looking at that fairly quickly, but Jim Baird seems to be the Republican that's going to be taking it down in the 4th. I think he's already I think he's an incumbent Republican, if I recall correctly.
Because there is no Democrat in the House who managed to win in 2024 in a
current United States representative.
+9. That was Jared Golden, Maine 2nd District.
80 years old.
I'm
under
staying
the 9
in the race.
to over the 9, and we're finding out here who that Republican is.
But yeah, Victoria Spart, who I think is also incumbent.
The other district here that we're kind of keeping an eye. Press the wrong. The other district that we're keeping an eye on here.
Yep, also a incumbent.
Make this less complicated. This is the Republican primary.
Seems to be winning in the 5th.
NBC has already
Now, the 6th is a different story. Our preferred candidate, Cynthia Worth, is utterly decimating the rest of the field, beating them all by more than 45%, 44%. 44%, the 74% of the vote in. It would seem that Cynthia is going to be taking it down here in the 6th. So that's 2 of 4, not terrible in terms of our.
Donald Trump would have won by 5 points. So Landsman at least
2 of 5, 3 of 5, if you count Frank Mervin. I'll count it just for our numbers. Jefferson Shreve here is currently beating Sarah Brown in the Republican primary in the 6th.
No votes in yet. Are the polls closed?
Shreve, I think, is also a fucking incumbent. I can't. I don't like. I'm just going by like my brain. I'm just going by brain. You know how it goes.
The previous incumbent was elected to Congress last year, a Democrat. So it's a Democratic seat. The significance is if the Republicans win this special election, they would move the state Senate chamber in Michigan into a tie. The procedural stuff is complicated, but they could really cause trouble for the Democrats if they get it into a tie. So the Democrats want to avoid that. Only I would say is this is a district that Kamala Harris carried narrowly in 2024. The story we have seen in special election after
was there a special election happening in Michigan right now?
Trump came back to the White House. There's just so much more energy on the Democratic side. These low turnout, non-regularly scheduled elections. So much more energy on the Democratic side.
Special election in Michigan.
The Democrats have been doing so much better in these special
or wait,
elections than they had in the same
no.
24. Long way of saying.
Yeah, the primary doesn't happen until August in Michigan.
On the easier side.
So this is a special election they're talking about.
Special election. So if the Republicans were to win this, not only would they be excited that they get
okay,
they are bucking.
Let's keep going through these. Same story for the 7th district in Indiana. Our preferred candidate, Andre Carson, taking it down. Big time.
Everything happening in India.
One kind of corollary. I know we were
by 41% against the rest of the next strongest candidate, Destiny Wells. Currently, Patrick McCauley, who I do believe is also another Republican incumbent, seems to be winning his race in the 7th.
He is running a close race. It's right there.
But this is good for us. If we that's what 4 of 5 of 7. Wait, 1, 2.
6th district.
That's right.
Okay. Oh.
If we count Frank, 1, 2.
Yeah. Wow.
3, 4. 4 of 7. That's not bad.
This wasn't even on the bingo card.
Our preferred candidate's getting in there. Although I probably shouldn't count Frank. But still, this is progress. Right now we have good candidates to vote for. In the general, we should all be very excited by this. Right? It's not fully done yet. Some of these elections still have votes in. Anything, well, not anything, but some things could happen in some of these. But for instance, with this, I don't think mathematically that Tabitha Ziegler here can pick up another 10,000 votes with only 36% of the vote left to come in. Now, in the same district, Republican Mark Messmer is, who is also an incumbent, running unopposed. In the 9th, our preferred candidate, Brad Meyer, is currently winning, but by a much smaller margin than some of the other candidates we've been talking about here. 7.4%? No, 7.6%. Up by 2.2 thousand votes. Polls closed 2.5 hours ago. So we're going to have to keep watching this one. In the 9th district, for Republicans, another incumbent unopposed candidate. This is good news, people. That's 5 of 9? 6 of 9? 1, 2, 3.
Andre Carson, the Democrat.
1, 2, 3, 4. 5. 5 of no, 5, 6. 6 of 9. Is that right?
A Democrat first elected back, I think, in 2009 in a special election. He he's able to win here fairly.
That's crazy.
fairly easily.
That's crazy. That's crazy, though. That's crazy, though. That's great. This is great. I'm stoked. I'm stoked on that.
Senate situation. Do we have any new vote that's coming?
Those are great numbers.
Okay, so
Those are beautiful
next
numbers.
things that we're looking for are
By the way, when the fuck is Kornacki going to start talking about Ohio?
we get an
There's
Elkhart
another
update, I think
election
it's gonna
going on
really
here. All I see is the
clarify
map
a
of
picture that's
Indiana.
already pretty
What's
well
happening?
in focus.
Is this
but
the only
the-
election
what you're
happening?
looking
I mean, they
for
just
in
got
the
done talking
Elkhart
about a
number
special
comes in
election
here
in Michigan,
does
but they won't
Rogers
talk
get-
about.
is she leading
Ohio
in
has the exact same
to
situation
reverse
going on right now.
a pretty bad
The only
showing
difference
for
is
herself
that
in her own
there
part
was
of the
no
district.
redistrict. Like Trump didn't tell them to.
Looking
There was
here
like this whole
in
thing
the
over that.
23rd district, we're just looking for more.
It is
votes
literally the
right here,
determining factor for them, isn't it?
obviously. But
It's
what I
about the
really want to see
clicks.
is clarity.
It's not about the
down here in
democracy.
Park County, or failing that, I want to see one of these other.
It's highly annoying to me.
Rural areas come
It's
in with its
highly
vote
annoying to me.
see if it's lining up with Warren County. The only
Kornacki's
thing that's
getting
really
paid so much more
meaningful
than
that
me.
We have out of this part of the district. You see right
He's
here.
only
you're gonna get
focused on the
20-point lead
clicks.
for-
I guess that's
for
why he gets paid the
Copenhagen.
big bucks.
I think there's a lot of you might think the district is going to kind of the rest of these counties outside of Tippecanoe are going to look like this. We have a scattering of vote down here that doesn't. So let's see.
All right, well then I guess we'll
we'll
do the news instead.
In Park County,
Whatever they're doing here, which is tabloid journalism, I guess.
pretty complete results that look like Warren.
Let me know, guys, when you get back to talking about the elections in full,
But right
rather
now, a little
than
bit of a mixed signal coming out.
you
of what we
know,
got there.
tokenizing it
Again,
as
this
a
one
way to
in the books. 1, 2.
improve MSNBC's revenue.
Landslide.
All right, let's get to the House results in Ohio.
Right here, losing currently the count in a landslide.
Oh
Just
shit, my
waiting, I
fucking
think,
browser
here,
is being stupid.
looking here to see
Okay, I gotta. I think if I switch,
is there any
does CBS have one of these? Because this
some scenario
website
where
is like.
same-day vote is that dramatically, crazily different that Durnell could
Oh,
have a
the CBS
50-point deficit. And then, as we said, that we're back to where we started. Trump's forces comfortably ahead here. And again, I've asked Adam just to kind of monitor. I'm sorry, this is the best I can do for you graphically, but this is the 6th Senate district in Indiana. The one Republican incumbent who voted
there a
against the
better-
redistricting, who Trump, for reasons not fully explained publicly, did not get involved against, even though the challenger has bronze backing.
I do. So we have updates from, or we have Benton County in the mix now. So our cumulative for the entire district.
You worked on
based
Ohio,
what
not
we
you worked on
saw from
Ohio, did you?
individual Counties is
Who were you working
51.5
with?
for Niemeyer and 48.5 for Stark.
Like, were you working with some sort of like
51.5.
Yep.
political action
48.5.
group or something like that?
Yep.
Cumulative. What
You got $0?
percent
Oh.
the district-wide is in?
We don't have expected votes. It hasn't come. It's not coming.
Well, you
through.
did
It's
democracy at
about
least.
4,500 votes
We have
total.
4,500 votes total.
Sorry, I got
think
a stretch over
1,500
here.
were from Lake. Is that right?
Oh god.
Yeah.
There we go. All right,
Okay.
let's take a look at
And
this.
then Newton had what, 1,000?
I'm not loving what I'm
And
seeing
you
here.
said
The remainder from Benton.
in
Well,
Howard,
Ohio is a worse situation, I'm afraid. It looks like, at least.
Vote 60
Yeah.
40 for Niemeyer.
District 1. And we had a lot less candidates in Ohio that I liked.
my sense looking at this with the kind of skeletal
Lot
picture that
less
we can put
candidates that I
together
liked
here
in
is that
this
you're-
one.
You're definitely seeing the effect of
And you can see in the first district, Damon Lynch has already lost his race in the first by nearly 50%. We did not have a candidate for the second, but Jared Gerard was our candidate in the second. He lost by 68%. Not great. Currently, District 5 is a very, very, very close race. Only 23.9% of the vote is in. Daniel Burkett, who is our preferred candidate, is practically tied. I mean, there's less than 1% between him and the other two. They might as well all be tied for first right now. They aren't, of course. If you win by one vote, you win. But, I mean, we're talking about less than 1 percentage point between the top 3 candidates right now in the 5th. So we're going to have to keep our eyes on this big time. Similar story, but not quite as tight here in the 6th. Adrian Vetus, our preferred candidate here, down in 2nd place. How many people are in this race? Jesus. 6 people are in District 6. Oh my God. So Vetus is in second place in a field of 6. Burkett is in third in the closest field of 4 you can imagine. But there's only 24% of the vote in here. 23%, 24%, 24% of the vote in both of these places. So there's a lot. I think a lot is a waiting game right now. Where's our next candidate? We didn't have one for the 7th, 8th, or 9th, but or the 10th, but the 11th. Ardelia Holmes already lost. Oof. Oh, it's because it's against Sherrod Brown. I think this is Sherrod Brown's seat, isn't it?
So that's I'm very curious the kind of the backstory there. But the overall message, I mean, part of so much of what tonight is about.
Oh, he's not. Wait, who is this? Who is S. Brown?
We're looking at a series of
No, he was in the 13th. Okay, wait, no. Yeah.
On the scale on the Republican side, we got one in
Wait.
Kentucky. Well, no, the first.
Yeah, right. He can't run for 2 races at the same time. Who the fuck is this? Who is S. Brown?
Primary on Saturday night, May 16th. We'll be doing that. Trump has gotten involved there for the Congresswoman Julia Letlow in that race. Now,
Chantel Brown.
may end up being a runoff. It may not be definitive.
Okay.
But there's a test of Trump's clout. And if you're looking ahead to that race and the question of whether Cassidy can survive despite Trump opposing him, I think a pretty clear signal is being sent.
Well, she was endorsed by the Congressional Progressive Caucus.
On the 19th,
So I guess it could be worse.
in a primary there. We got a very interesting race. We'll be covering that one, obviously.
But like I said, our preferred candidate was Ardelia Holmes.
This is an open question right now in Texas. You have that Cornyn Paxton runoff.
Unfortunately for her, that race is over.
Involved on behalf of Cornyn. He
Already called with only 23% of the vote in with, I mean,
been a couple points.
Chantel
Trump choose
just decimating the rest of the field.
Again, I think just what you're seeing here tonight.
18,000 to 1,000 each for the rest of the candidates. It's not a winning strategy for anybody but Chantel, it would seem.
Wouldn't you think that would be decisive?
However, in Ohio 12th, our final endorsed candidate in Ohio is in fact winning right now, big time. Jared Christian winning by 20, so let's just change a little bit, by 21% in District 12 with only 23.5% of the vote in, so things could still change here, but currently up by 2,200 votes. So good and bad news to some degree. I mean, we've got a few good candidates winning in Ohio, a lot of good candidates winning in Indiana. This is good. This is good news. This is good news for us. And Kornacki's still talking about the Indiana State Senate primary.
So I think, look, you know, if you're Copenhagen, this is what you want to see. This is a little, you know, Deary's doing a little bit better here than I think you'd expect given the sort of demographics of it. This, if you're Copenhagen, this looms large. If Copenhagen gets a big number out of here, then it's going to get very tough for Deary. And again, I think a lot for Deary is just going to rest on Tippecanoe County, where Purdue is, where Lafayette, West Lafayette are. Again, about a quarter of the vote, and just a very, again, I keep showing you these overwhelmingly pro-Trump parts of the district. This is what Tippecanoe looks like, this part of the district. I don't think...
All right, I can't help myself. I'm so pissed off at these
any
guys.
district that we've been showing you tonight, any component county that's as anti-Trump as this. You know, it's a general election, but I think it gives you a sense of the political climate here. And I think demographically, again, we talked about it, more than half the adults, we got another, more than half the adults there with college degrees, which typically aligns with a little bit of skepticism toward Trump. 2/3 of the vote, Vermilion County here. Again, these are all sort of demographically and politically similar areas. And again, you're seeing Deary do better here than these other Republican incumbents statewide have done in these areas. Enough, I think, look, you know, competitive. He's losing it, I should say, by fewer than, 100 votes in Park. 2/3 of the vote in Vermilion. He's losing it by, 133 votes, 8 points. Up here in Warren, 2/3 of the vote, he's losing it by a couple hundred. But cumulatively, that's what it looks like district-wide. Deary's in the game here. Deary's in the game, especially if you accept the view that this is going to be good for him, that Tippecanoe is going to be different than the rest of the district and good for him. Now, that may not be the case necessarily. Remember, we thought up here in St. Joseph.
Oh god, I just had to subscribe on my account. I'm not subscribed on the Galactic News Network, the NBC. You have to be subscribed for 5 minutes to comment on these fucking videos. I'm so mad right now that I'm about to comment on the live stream. Like, that's where it's at right now. Because I feel I'm salty. I'm a little salty. We've been demonetized for being fucking low effort, inauthentic content. While these fucking assholes over here are making millions and millions and millions of dollars, I can barely put enough money together right now to like eat, and they're making millions. I'm demonetized. They're fully monetized. I'm putting in all the effort, and they're just being a fucking tabloid journalistic outlet right now. All they can talk about is Trump. Like, I feel like, honestly, like I'm about to get to the point of accusing NBC of Trump derangement syndrome. Like, that's where it's at. Like, that's how pissed off I am. that's how upset I am. Like, what is this? You guys are fucking journalists. You guys are fucking journalists. Talk about the rest of the elections, not just the one that Donald Trump cares about. It's either Trump derangement syndrome or Trump obsession syndrome. I don't know what it is. TDS, TOS. But like, can we talk about something else? Like, it's like they're either praying they're praying to Trump, hoping that he's listening to them or something like that. I don't know who's this for. Who's this for? Like, why? Like, this is the state Senate primary. And I'm not saying it's not important to people in Indiana, but there's 2 states that have fucking primaries going on today. It's Indiana and it's Ohio. But all we're talking about is fucking state Senate primary. And it's a complete dereliction of their goddamn duty. And I'm sick of this fucking shit.
Looney Tunes 9000 just cheered 100 bits. Orange circle emoji. Karnotsky is such a crackhead like Senator Foghorn Leghorn. He has been my enemy for many years. By the way, it's a good thing Jeff Landry is getting a statewide recall petition. Ban Jeff. Thank you for your attention to this matter. President King Donald Trump.
Thank you, Looney.
That was going to be good for Linda Rogers. You know, it hasn't been. We thought that Hamilton, was going to, be a little skeptical of Trump here. It wasn't tonight. Demographically, Tippecanoe is pretty similar to these places. Again, you're in the college town here. It's a little, west.
Like, I mean, am I the lunatic right now? Am I the fucking lunatic for being like, hey, why aren't we talking about the rest of the elections? And why is this the only thing we can talk about over at NBC? While I'm over here talking about the rest of the elections. Like, it's not that hard. We just did it. And they could be giving us a more in-depth coverage of it, but they're just not doing it. Like, they're supposed to be here to help us with, democracy, right? Isn't that the point of journalism, is to educate the fucking people? Oh, here we go. Finally got there. Oh, wait. We finally got there. Oh, it took forever. Oh, wow. Oh, wait. Nope, I take it back. Wait, that's not it. Wait. Literally, they must be, listening to me right now. Oh, my God. I paused. Fucking hilarious.
All right? If he can be something like this in Fountain County, the opportunity he gets a big number out of Tippecanoe that offsets this and gets him to victory, certainly there. So we're not looking with a third of the vote here in the 23rd district. When we had a third of the vote in here, and maybe even here, it was pretty clear cut what was happening. And for that matter, a third of the vote is in here, and you see that's almost a 50-point race. More muddled here. It's extremely different politically. That look like district-wide. I believe she will pad that out just over 900 when we get Montgomery is up by 20 points. You could do the math, right? I mean, just see if.
Oh wait, I just realized this isn't it either. They're not listening. They're still not doing their jobs. I just realized. I saw Indiana District 11. I was like, in my brain that made sense. I just realized there's not 11
and there's
districts
this.
in fucking
We've
Indiana.
just been waiting for some same-day
These
vote
guys
here,
are
but here's the
useless.
Republican incumbent losing by
They're
almost
so
50
useless.
Points. So really,
Why do you guys exist?
This, barring something totally almost unfathomable, will be 5 Republican incumbents targeted by Trump going down potentially in very lopsided defeats. 1 surviving down here in the 38th district around Terre Haute, Greg Good. And then there's the unknown. Now we got 55% of the vote here in the 23rd district. And yeah, so Paula Copenhaver, endorsed by Trump. Spencer Deary, remember, he was the aide to Mitch Daniels. Mitch Daniels was the president of Purdue, was the governor of Indiana for 2 terms. For a while there, folks thought he was going to run for president. Daniels could have run against Trump in the 2016 primary. Didn't, but and we got a little bit here to come in Montgomery. Now this is small in terms.
You phone banged for Jackson Franklin? Damn. It's an unfortunate situation. But it's only one race. It's only one race. It's okay. It's okay. We can't let it get us down. Don't let it get you down. There is a lot of good wins in Indiana, in my opinion. People with good policies that I think can beat Republicans, which is something that we desperately need to do in Indiana. I would love to see happen.
Vote here, but politically, demographically, this is akin to what you're seeing elsewhere here. So this is going to pad. I assume when we get the report here, it is going to pad by a small margin, but it will pad this Copenhaver advantage here. It may be that when you get all said and done from these counties, and again, it's 2/3 of the vote, 82% of the vote. 2/3. There's still more to come. 2/3 in most of these, about 80% in one of the others still to come. All of the Montgomery portion still to come. So this is the Copenhaver lead she's going to pad the lead here, but probably be ahead by about 10 points if this goes sequentially, when you get the results from Tippecanoe. And we've said Tippecanoe is the outlier. In a lot of ways, it's the outlier of the entire map tonight. Okay, this is a college county here. This is Purdue. It's a giant state university. The Boilermakers. Okay.
Some other.
Yeah.
Sorry. Some other.
Maybe a Drew Brees reference. Go ahead.
Well, you can get back to that.
Yeah.
Some housekeeping. We did make a call in Indiana 39, which is the other seat that Trump endorsed, but was not against. Did not vote against redistricting.
Okay, right, yeah. This was the open seat. Trump made an endorsement here. And again, we told you this guy he endorsed, Jeff Ellington, said he wants to go to the state Senate. He wants to vote against the Republican leadership that was against Trump on redistricting. He got the Trump endorsement. NBC News projects that Jeff Ellington will win there. So it's not as significant, I think, in terms of the message as beating the incumbent, which we're seeing elsewhere. But this is another win for the Trump forces. So again, the outstanding pieces of real estate in Indiana, really, it's just 2 things right now. One is just waiting for some same-day vote here. That's really kind of it. And then it's this. It's what happens here in the 23rd district, and really, it's what happens in Tippecanoe County. That's if Deary is going to be.
Dude, Kornacki, what are you doing over here, dude? Real quickly, I just want to say thank you to Morbidaslo. Oh no, over on Cash App. Fuck Google, long live the Space Fam. Appreciate you. There we go. 10% of the way through the galactic deficit. Not a bad start.
Saved here tonight. Tippecanoe County is what's going to save him. And we're just trying to get a sense here of how many votes he would need to win Tippecanoe by. Remember, this, okay, 82% of the vote, 34, almost 3,500 votes. You know, still more to come here. Okay, probably it's probably gonna be about a little over 4,000 votes when all's said and done coming out of Fountain County. And there's probably, if the, past is prologue here, probably about 4,000 votes are gonna come out of Tippecanoe County. So it is, and again, it's just the outlier in every way here, demographically and politically. So whatever, when they finish tallying up all the votes down here, okay, I mean, it could come at any time in Tippecanoe. But if it were to work this way, where they finish tallying up all the votes here, Copenhagen's going to be ahead pretty significantly. Is Deary going to win Tippecanoe by a large enough margin to offset it? It probably, like we said, it's probably 25% of the vote in this district. It's probably just a little bit more, a touch more than Fountain County, but depending on turnout patterns, maybe Fountain punches above its weight tonight. So he's going to need a very, very big number out of Tippecanoe County. Otherwise, that would be another win, obviously, for the Trump forces. So 55% of the vote counted there, but nothing from Tippecanoe. Copenhagen leading in that count. And just to ask Adam if you've been monitoring and if we have anything new in the 6th district, where we have an incumbent state senator, Republican, who voted against the plan, and has a challenger, but Trump didn't back the challenger.
We don't have anything
By the way,
from Lake, which is the big outstanding
get in
there.
here,
But
finally.
Newton County says they're all in, and the final out of.
I had to do it. Do you see it? Here, I'll get out of the way of my chat. Look. Hey, when is NBC going to talk about the rest of the elections rather than hyper-focusing on the Indiana State Senate race? Asking for everyone watching right now, I think. Waving emoji. Look, I'm frustrated, okay? Can you blame me?
57-43 for Starkey.
So Starkey has won Newton 57-43. And roughly how many total votes is that?
1,600, or yeah.
1,600.
Yep.
Yeah, okay. So, and what's the cumulative vote in that district right now?
That's what I'm working on.
Okay, right. And again, the system we have here, unfortunately, convoluted reasons, it is not set up for this district that we're talking about. But again, we're talking about this district right here. Yeah, I mean, Lake is, again, it's sort of, we're waiting for same day Lake here, okay, just to make sure nothing crazy's changed. And we are waiting on same day Lake here to see what that does to that race. That's of the things we've been talking about, it's the closest race. Again, I'm sorry I can't show you the scoreboard for it and just describe it like this. I hope my description's been useful. Adam, I know you're looking at stuff. Nothing has come in here, right? In the last 23 is where we're kind of looking.
Yeah, nothing.
Okay.
The part about the statewide recall against Jeff Landry after he suspended the election in Louisiana is very true. Look it up if you don't believe me. Look it up if you don't believe me. Well, look, you can't be trying to relay important information through Trump impressions. Looney, that's a terrible plan. Are you trying to relay important information through Trump impressions? Never do that. Don't ever do that. That's a terrible idea. Why would you do that? Nobody did. That's antithetical. That is somewhat antithetical to the idea, right? Like, Trump is constantly saying completely meaningless things all the time. You want me to pay attention to you? Don't do a Trump impression. Or if you want me to take you seriously, don't do a Trump. At least if you want me to take you seriously, don't do a Trump impression, right? Like, that seems fair, right? Maybe send a Discord message or something if there's some serious election-related situation you want to tell me about. Don't do Trump impressions for that. I'm not going to take you seriously when you do that. I'm going to assume you're doing something stupid. What? I'm assuming you're saying something stupid. Is that not fair? Is that not a fair assumption? If you're doing a Trump impression, you gotta assume it's stupid and meaningless to some degree. Because Donald Trump is a stupid and meaningless man. You start off a sentence with orange circle emoji. That changes the
Right back,
vibes
folks, I promise I
immediately.
will not get bogged down. I just wanted to see if any vote had come in. Okay, we do have a little bit of vote here. Remember, this is that state Senate race in Michigan that will decide control here. Just a scattering of votes.
So they're going to talk about the
come
state
in,
Senate race
here,
instead of
you
talking
can
about
see
the
just
fucking rest of the
county,
fucking
Saginaw,
election.
but this is
The
just a very,
special,
very
they'll
tiny
talk about the
amount,
special
so
election,
this
but
is
they
what it
will
looks
not
like.
talk
Not
about the
much
fucking.
meaningful to say right there. Go right back here.
Oh,
In fact,
it's just
we just kind of
fascinating.
want
I
to
don't
live for the
understand.
moment. I think in this district because
It's
this
incredible.
one-
It's incredible. What is the point? Why?
the minute the
Why are they doing
second
this stream?
Tippecanoe
I don't understand.
is a huge
Somebody
vote.
explain it to me.
And by doing this, what do they say? A watched pot never.
Is this all we're here to
boils.
do?
So we're watching the pot and hoping it will boil. But if this thing
You're only
lights
watching
up,
one pot. The rest of the
there
pots are boiling over right now. The rest of the pots are fucking boiling over right now. Multiple races are being called in the House, and they're only talking about the state Senate primary. What's the problem over here? NBC, what is NBC's operating budget? $82 million. Wait, no, $400 million. 400 million. Oh, 80 million for just. Oh, I see. Oh, wow. $400 million budget. They can't come up with an infographic for the rest of the fucking elections right now, or what? What's the problem? I'm trying to figure it out. They don't know that the other elections, are they too stupid to know the other elections are happening? I'm trying to figure it out. It's very difficult to understand. What's the thing holding this up from happening?
District. And just looking at what else is going on right now, the other piece of clarity that could come, in one fell swoop would be right here. The second we get same-day vote. But we already know what the picture looks like here. Remember, the incumbent, Durnell, is losing by almost 50 points. So just, you want that confirmation that the same-day vote looks remotely like that. This is where there's some real suspense, though. And again, very rural portion of Montgomery County here, where you'll expect it to be the Copenhagen pink color. It is smaller, just in terms of the number of votes it has, than the rest of this. There's still votes to come in these counties where she's leading right now. So she can certainly pad that margin that she has. And like we say, it just becomes, can this part of Tippecanoe County that Kamala Harris won by 15 points over Donald Trump, that has the highest concentration of college-educated voters of any county that we are talking about tonight in any of these races. And again, I mentioned that because that tracks, that degree attainment stat tracks so closely, it tends to track so closely with like Trump support and stuff, or opposition to Trump. So there's a lot of ingredients there, demographically and politically, in Tippecanoe that make it seemingly ripe area for Deary. And again, not to mention that this is Mitch Daniels' country. If the president of Purdue, the governor of Indiana, and backing Deary in this race. So to the extent that matters here too, that becomes a factor in Tippecanoe County. Let me see if I wrote this down. I believe I did. I want to see what the timing was in 2024. Hang on a second here. Why is it always it's always the one that's like, okay, here we go. What time is it? 8? Okay, they're in 2024. We got all of the absentee, which was like half the vote.
We got some new vote in Lake. And
I should start a Trump counter. What, for how many times Kornacki says the word Trump? You're right. I probably fucking should. It's out of control at this point. It's out of fucking control. How many figures we've heard so far? 20, 30? Well, let's just give a guess. Let's just get 50 Trumps so far. Been said, maybe 50. How many figure? We'll start at 0. We'll start at 0. We'll start at 1. We'll start at 1. But really, it should be like 50 or like 100.
Oh, okay, folks. This is a significant moment, I think. And it's the new vote that just came in, Lake, is same-day vote. Remember, this was at 35% before. Clearly, it's still overwhelmingly DeVries.
Yeah, 81% of that latest batch.
Are we?
Oh, I don't know about that.
Oh, come on. I don't mean to hector, but no indication?
No.
Okay. Okay, we'll keep an eye on that one. Just in case they change their mind. No? Okay.
Nothing yet.
Okay. Back down here in 23.
Nothing yet. Really, guys? Yeah, yo, that's hilarious. Nothing yet. Nothing yet. Really? There's a lot yet.
And again, yeah, I'm going to kind of leave it here for a minute. And
we also, that new update gave us new data in 6.
Oh, okay, yeah.
Starkey wins that latest batch in 6.
Where?
In Lake.
Oh, I'm sorry.
In that Lake update.
Yeah. What was it?
It was 53-46, let's say. And then overall, that brings us to Starkey overall in the total, 51-48.
That, any indication how many votes that was in that Lake update?
It looks like that was about 3,000.
Wow. That's huge, because we had 1,500 absentee, and we just got 3,000 reported out. Correct me if I'm wrong, the absentee, Starkey was losing the absentee there, wasn't he, by 3?
Yes, I think that's right, yes.
So here it is again. Starkey lost the absentee in Lake, the biggest part of this district here. This is Senate District 6 we're talking about. This, okay? I'm going to keep this on in case this lights up. Starkey, the challenger here.
You thought you were going to make Trump even more stupider? I just think you just made it confusing. I think you just you just managed to make Trump more confusing than anything. Because if you're trying to relay information, important information, you should use a different medium. Trump impressions are always, they should always essentially be deranged, right? I mean, he is a deranged individual who constantly lies and says untrue things. You want to relay important information, that's not the medium with which to do it. He's the guy that we most consistently take unseriously around here.
To Niemeyer, the senator who voted against redistricting, doing notably better in the same day vote in Lake County than he did in the early vote, and it translates that big batch, 3,000 votes. That's big. You see how many votes are in these races here. He wins that new batch by 7 points, and it vaults him into the lead. Starkey, the challenger, James Starkey, the challenger now, leading Niemeyer, the incumbent, by 3 points.
Just to clarify, the number I gave you is the cumulative Lake. So Starkey is still in the lead, and the latest batch was still pro-Starkey, but that number I gave you was the cumulative Lake. So Starkey's leading overall in Lake.
Wait, I'm sorry.
Leading overall total.
Which number? I got.
I told you that 3,000 vote batch was just the new vote, but that's the cumulative total vote.
So we got 1,500 new votes.
I don't know the exact difference other
than
you won the latest
early.
Batch.
We had 1,500 early.
If we go back to Indiana
Great
State
job,
Senate
guys.
1,
really great job. They can't even.
They
can't even handle it. No wonder not covering the other elections. They can't even handle this one. I mean, it's wow.
Folks.
Just wow. Yeah, wow. Wow, great job, Kornacki. Great fucking job. You literally had only one job to do. Even though you have more jobs to do today, you gave yourself one job to do. You couldn't even handle that.
Awful. Weak.
Fucking sad.
I'm sorry. A third of the vote in Park County. We know we don't have any of the vote in Montgomery County, where we would expect Copenhagen to be doing quite well. And again, it's small. It's very small there. But you're at 90. Deary's going to get a little bit more out of here. But take that big punch he just sort of landed there from Tippecanoe County, put him ahead by 172 votes. And again, they're at 94% there. So that, with what's left in Tippecanoe, that can go up by a very small margin. And then the question is, can Copenhagen erase that with all of Montgomery? Now again, that's small, but we have nothing from there yet. And then what's left in Warren, right, where she's leading by 217. What's left in Vermilion? What's left? We don't think there may be nothing left in Fountain. And what's left in Park, where it's close. We could even start trying to do some math on that to find out, and maybe that's what we should do right now. Okay, 78% of the vote.
Jesus Christ.
Can you
Okay.
tell me, Adam?
I'm going back to these fucking elections over the actual elections, the rest of the elections.
Maybe if you click on the percentage in.
I want to leave this up so everybody can see.
Jesus Christ. Does everybody hear what's happening over here? They don't even know how to use the equipment that they fucking have. Is this not their jobs? How much does Kornacki get paid to do this? Millions? This guy's getting paid millions? No. Steve Kornacki's annual salary is estimated to be in the multi-million-dollar range. Millions of dollars? He's getting. This is not millions of dollars worth of coverage right here. This is trash. He can't even manage to make the board work. They're too stupid. They're too fucking stupid.
Okay. Shout if this changes, okay? I want to just do my... Look at our remaining vote here 1 second. Folks, bear with me, because I want to just be able to give you some
Yeah.
numbers here. We got
No kidding.
so many
I guess we have to bear with you. I mean, no choice. This is multi-million-dollar coverage right here. And it's just for Kornacki. I mean, how much money is this studio costing to keep lit? How much did it cost to build out this fucking studio? Look at all the technology. You can't even figure out how to use it. The guy's getting paid millions of dollars. Can't even familiarize himself with the goddamn board. This is high effort, by the way. I'm low effort. I get demonetized for low effort. This is high effort, though. Right? You see how much effort's going into this? Guy can't even figure out how to use his fucking board. He's getting paid millions of dollars. Sitting here fumbling around with the fucking giant iPad. Like a little baby. How do I quick? I can't make it work. Mommy.
Okay, that's... I think the first thing, the most important individual thing to tell you is this. Look how these counties are voting outside of Tippecanoe County. Again, nearly 60% in Warren for Copenhagen, 56.5 here, 54 here, and 51 here. So between 51 and 59% of the vote is what she's getting in the non-Tippecanoe portion of the district. The one place where we have no vote is Montgomery County, which politically is very similar, okay, to these places. Now, I'll go back out here so you don't miss anything. But our estimate from our decision desk, and it's a very rough estimate, is 500 votes out of Montgomery County, okay? We say the range is 51 to 59 that Copenhagen's at. So if she were to get 55% of the vote, okay, in this one place where there's outstanding, and it is 500 votes, then she's probably netting 50 votes, give or take, from this one outstanding part, right? So if that's true, then that 172.
I'd just like to point out the situation. Fucking Steve Kornacki is he's getting paid millions of dollars to hyper focus on 50 fucking votes in one election while he completely ignores the rest of the elections that are happening right now. Results are rolling in. Look, all of the Republican House results are in. Practically every single one. They haven't mentioned it one time. Not one fucking time. Look at it. Look at it. 9 of 10 House districts for Republicans in Ohio are in. They're not talking about those results. They haven't been talking about the results. I would point out they're still not all the way in Indiana's state senate yet, but we're still talking about those for some fucking reason. Multiple races have been called now for Democrats in Ohio. Not talking about those. Unfortunately, right now, Burkett is losing some ground here in the 5th with 50% of the vote in, now at 24% in 3rd place, behind by almost 1,500 votes. Andre Vitas behind Kirtley by about 700 votes with 43% in. Is there one more election? I can't remember that we're watching here. Burkett, Vitas. I gotta look at my fucking spreadsheet. Gerard's already called. Lynch is called. Ardelia's already way out, definitely out. Jared Christian. Where's Jared Christian? Did he? Oh, I can't see all the fucking district, that's why. There you go. Jared Christian currently winning. Ooh. Increasing his lead, I think, a little bit. I can't remember where this was at a second ago, but now up 15% against Crawford here in the 12th. And over back in Indiana, let's see what's happening here. Regnitz winning handily right now for Republicans in District 1. We already covered that one. Kelly, we already covered that one. Stutzman is continuing to broaden their lead. Most of the vote is in the 4th district for Democrats. It looks like Cox is going to win there. Nearly 90% of the vote counted there for Democrats. Baird called for the 4th. I think we already knew that. Spartz called in the 5th. Ford called in the 5th. I had a feeling. We basically said that as it was. Worth is called for the 6th. That's a good one. Looks like Shreve is going to take down Brown in the 6th. Andre Carson declared the winner. In the 7th, another good win here. McCauley declared the winner for Republicans in the 7th there. Mary Allen, I think, any minute now from being declared the winner here in the 8th. Give her one of those, up 52%. 83% of the vote in. And Brad Meyer, up 8% right now. So a little under 2,000 votes. Lead 71% of the vote in. Looking very good for Brad here. A little bit more to go there, you might say. Wonder if Steve's still talking about the same fucking thing for millions of dollars.
He's right here. Just saying, between the two, and they're about the same amount.
Oh, yeah, literally the exact same race. This is high effort journalism, everybody. This is what makes the big bucks. Want to get paid $2 million a year to stand in front of a fucking screen and talk about literally nothing? Hey, NBC might have a job for you. Steve's clearly replaceable. Like, I'm sorry, but I'm upset. Like, for a lot of reasons. But the fucking elections are important, and I'm sick of the supposed liberal media not doing enough while I'm over here doing everything I fucking can, not making enough to survive, having money taken away from me for being low effort, without being allowed to defend myself. Like, I feel like I'm up against so much shit right now. I'm having a terrible fucking, terrible fucking month. Last month has been fucking trash. Right? Let's go through it. Tax day. I find out I owe more money than I have to be able to pay it. Then 2 weeks later, less than 2 weeks later, like a week later, channel gets demonetized. I have my best friend's wedding this month, which is going to take, by the way, next weekend. The streams may be canceled. It's not clear yet how that's going to play out, but so that's, a situation. Then I've got, my birthday is next month. It's like all these, like I was planning to have a really good start to summer here, basically, and everything's just going to fucking shit. We were approaching 2,000 subscribers. I was thinking, oh, things are going great. Numbers are going up. View numbers are going up. Like I'm finally being able to pay. I was like 3 weeks ago, like I was like, geez, things are starting to look in the right direction, and then everything fell apart.
Between the two of them, let's say it's 1,500 remaining votes, and again, going with 55% for Copenhagen, that would get her with what probably just over the top. But it would be, it's essentially a tie, maybe just a little bit over the top. But those are some benchmarks. So if this comes in over 55, now you're starting to say she may get what she needs. If this comes in, the remaining vote here, very important to know what it is. So let me just write down. And I know Adam's tracking it too, but he's got a bunch of other things too right now. So I want to make sure, when Park comes in, if the remaining vote that's there is actually pro-Copenhagen, if she ends up getting, let's say, 55% of her, so that changes this math in her favor in a big way. And then in these two as well. In fact, let me just write them down myself so I don't.
Wow, thanks, Soul Life. Really helpful of you. Such is life. Thanks. That really picks me up. Feel much better now.
We went from saying there's a third of the vote left to saying it's all in, and it doesn't change. So it's okay. So it clarifies. So it really does. We think we got it in these places. And so again, remember those benchmarks. 500 here, right? We think about 500 votes, but we'll see. And we were setting 55% as the benchmark for Copenhagen, right? And from these two counties here, and again, what just happened in Park, it is absolutely possible will now happen in these two counties, okay? Or some version of that. Let me show them to you instead, right? 66% in Vermilion. We're saying that's the expected, based on the expected vote that was set by our decision desk earlier, okay? 67%, that's the expected vote that our decision desk set earlier. They are now checking all of their math, lining it up against what's actually happened, and they're seeing if that's still the expected vote, or if actually no, there's been fewer votes cast than they expected, and in which case that number gets adjusted as just happened here. If that were to happen, by the way, in these two counties, it is huge advantage for Deary, because Deary is still leading by 172 votes. Copenhagen needs there to be more vote in Vermilion. She needs there to be more vote in Warren. She needs, I said we were just playing around with an estimate of 55%. She'd love to get a lot more than 55% when Montgomery comes in, but she also needs there to be a fair number of votes. Again, we're saying maybe about 500. What if it comes in short of that too? So Deary's really...
I'm sorry, Soul Life. When the fuck did I jump into the faster lane? What the hell are you talking about? What the hell does that mean? When you're stuck in traffic and you jump into the faster lane, the other lane starts to pass you by. I didn't make the rules. What the fuck are you talking about? Can you tell me when I did that? What in the hell does that fucking mean? Can you give me an example of when I did that? What are you talking about? What is this? How is this? Why? What is this wisdom that you're trying to bestow upon me right now? What was I? What? Who did I try and jump ahead of? You're making it sound like I was being selfish or something, or like impatient. Please tell me when I was being impatient. I've been incredibly patient. I've sat here and continued. When you aren't trying to get ahead in life, that's a completely different thing. Your analogy is suggesting that I tried to no, you're saying that I jumped into the fast lane and that it didn't work out. What the fuck does that mean? You're saying I made some choice. I'm not being weird. You're being weird. You're saying I made some choice, some decision to jump into the fast lane. What is the fast lane in this particular scenario? I would just like to know, what is the fast lane? Because I've been trying to do things consistent over here and not change too much and stay, on the same path and continue down that path no matter how hard that path gets. And so it frustrates me when it sounds like you're saying that I made some choice that caused this to all happen when none of it was my choice. I didn't choose to be demonetized. I still don't know why I was demonetized. Right? I'm not I just don't understand what that analogy means. I'm not making shit up, man. What are you talking about? What am I making up? I'm not making anything up right now. Your suggestion is seeing a way out and you get fucked anyway? I just don't think it's a good analogy. I just don't think it's a good analogy because I don't know what you mean by that. I've been on the same path, like I just said, for 2.5 fucking years. Trying, to stay consistent on what we do around here. Because I think the things that we talk about are important. And not trying to jump in the fast lane, because from my just listen to where I'm coming from here, okay? From my perspective, the fast lane would have been to do things that I know would have gotten views rather than talking about the things that I know are important, right? Because that choice is being made. I'm making that fucking choice every fucking day, okay? I know what I see people take the fast lane, AI slop, drama, whatever, right? And I say most times, actually, maybe not. Actually, no, let's talk about this. Actually, let's talk about the fucking elections right now. And I'm upset right now because I'm sitting here doing the right thing, continuing to try and do the right thing while I watch NBC spend millions of dollars to not do the right thing. And that's what I'm frustrated about, right? Like, I am in a fucking situation. You're claiming I'm projecting onto you, dude. Come on, are you kidding me right now? You're shitting me right now, right? I'm projecting onto you. I'm over here talking about my own personal situation, and then you start making analogies, like random, like how am I the one who's projecting right now? I think you've got it mixed up. I think you've got it mixed up. You absolutely said fast lane. You said faster lane. Please do not play semantics with me right now, dude. Just accept that was an ill thought through comment, and let's move on from this, okay? Can we just accept that was an ill thought through comment, and that I wasn't taking the fast lane, and that I've been consistently trying to do the same fucking thing over here, and I didn't try and take some sort of shortcut or you know, whatever, to success, and that I stayed focused on what I thought was important rather than getting to some goal faster? Because that's what that analogy was, okay? I'd like to just move on from this. Is going to work not the right thing? What are you talking about? The right thing? I don't know what you didn't say the right thing. I don't know what you're putting words in my mouth now. You didn't say the right thing, and I didn't say you said the right thing. You said the fast thing. I'm talking about what, like, all right, no, actually I did say the right thing when I was talking about what, like, my goals are with this stream, right? But in the original sentence, you said, no, there was nothing about the right thing. We're talking about the fast lane metaphor. That's it. Okay? I don't know why we can't just agree that was a bad metaphor and move on. And you just want to keep arguing with me right now. I didn't call you an asshole. I just think that this was an ill thought through comment. If you can't accept that, I don't know what to tell you. When I'm in the middle of talking about this, I felt that was a bad comment. Same thing for the such is life. Like, I'm talking about, like, being, like, struggling through things right now. And you're like, such is life. Such is life. Like, we've known each other a long time, Soul Life. And we've known each other a long time. If you told me that you were having a hard time, I wouldn't just say, such is life. You took a shortcut and shit went bad. You know, you were in the fast lane. You were stuck in traffic and you jumped in the fast lane. And then the other lane starts to pass you by. I didn't make the rules. I wouldn't say that to you, because I think that that's a little insensitive. Do you need me to highlight the fucking message for you? I'll do it. Here. I'll do it. I love you, pal. I would love to move on from this, but you refuse to. Such is life. Here's the first one. Such is life. And here's the second one. When you're stuck in traffic and jump into the faster lane, the other lane starts to pass you. I didn't make the rules. You wrote this, not me. I'm responding to it. You're the one that's unwilling to accept that you said this and that it was ill thought through. I'm clearly going through something right here. I'm clearly upset. I felt this was a bad time to do that. I wouldn't do that to you because I respect you and I see you as a friend.
Got a chance in this one to catch Deary, but actually to make up 100. I got 9:30. Let me tell folks what this is. So, Folks, we're going to do a pretty extended hit here. You're going to see it for News Now. The important thing to know is Adam is going to flag me if we get these numbers and this thing gets called. You will not miss this incredibly important, outstanding race being called. Otherwise, just please bear with me. We're going to do a News Now hit. You'll see the whole thing. And it'll be Gotti Schwartz, who's a good sport to let us do this. And just bear with us. And again, you won't miss it if something happens here. Are they coming?
Supposed to.
We're not.
It's supposed to be 9:30.
10 seconds. Okay, here we go.
Good evening, I'm Gotti Schwartz, and we are coming on the air as we are getting results from primary elections across several states, where tonight we are watching how the president's redistricting push across the country is having an impact. Out in Indiana so far, we've seen multiple Republican state senators projected to lose their seats after being targeted by President Trump and his allies for working to block pro-Republican redistricting efforts. In Indiana's 19th district, Travis Holdman projected to lose his race with more than half of the vote in there. And in the 21st, James Buck projected to lose that race to his Trump-backed challenger. And out in Ohio, where Vice President Vance cast his vote earlier today, we are watching a couple of Republican primaries to take on vulnerable Democrats in the general after their districts shifted sharply to the right following redistricting. In that first district and second district, we're still watching to see what happens there. But we're watching them take on longtime Democratic Congresswoman Marcy Kaptur, and we're hoping to have our NBC News chief data analyst Steve Kornacki with us if we got you there. Steve, I know you're at the big board. What are you seeing right now?
Yeah, Gotti, I mean, you said it. I think the message is very clear from Indiana Republican voters tonight. They are on the president's side when it comes to this question of redistricting. Looking here at a race that is undecided here, this is one of those Republican states.
Look, man, I don't know why you're still going on about this. You clearly haven't. You're still clearly unwilling to accept that what you said was insensitive, which I asked the basic respect for you to do, which you haven't done yet, which I'm a little upset by. But for your claim that you need to be able to relate, or that like you need to feel the exact same thing just to have basic empathy on the situation, or to admit that like you're wrong. Like I'm asking you now, right? Like that's all this is at this point. And I'm honestly a little offended that you won't just accept that. Like, do you understand where I'm coming from right now? Like, if someone just, common courtesy, IRL, if this was real life and I asked you to stop doing something, or you said something that I found upsetting and I said, I found that upsetting, would you continue down this path? In real life, this is how you would be? Because I am a little upset by that. I think, like I honestly, I thought higher of you, man. Like I thought that you'd be able to accept when you're wrong, or when somebody says, "Hey, you upset me," you would apologize, right? Like it's just basic common courtesy and decency. That I feel like we need to have a democracy and like a society, like a functioning society and community, a community that this is supposed to be. And I just think that this is a little disappointing. I don't expect you to know exactly how I'm feeling, but for you to be able to just basically just accept what I'm saying, that I'm offended by that, rather than doubling down and defending yourself, I would expect you to just say, I'm sorry, and move on, and be an adult about it. Apparently, I'm not going to get that.
Who voted against Trump on that redistricting plan. He actually does have a chance of surviving. You can see how close this one is with just a few votes left to be counted here. But what you also see, and you mentioned it earlier, right here, right here, right here, right here, right here. These are 5 districts where 5 Republican Senate incumbents in Indiana were all defeated tonight. And they weren't just defeated, they were defeated in landslides. All of them voting against the president in his wishes to have that congressional map redrawn in advance of 2026. You're talking about margins of between 20 and 30 points right there. There is one who survived down here in this district earlier. And like I said, and there's also, I should add, on our map here, you don't quite see it for some technical reasons. There is actually a bit unexpectedly in this district right here, another Republican incumbent who voted against that plan. Trump stayed out of the race for some reason, but it seems like the voters there understood it as a referendum on that redistricting because the incumbent Republican senator in this district is trailing right now, and there aren't many votes left to be counted there. So it still may be that at the end of the night, up to 7 Republican state senators in Indiana are taken out in this primary after voting against the president and his wish for redistricting.
And turning now to Ohio, and a little bit of a difference that we saw because of those redistricting efforts. What's it looking like there, particularly in the 1st and the 9th district?
Yeah, take a look here on the, we'll go into the 1st district here. This is Northwest Ohio. This is a Republican primary here, a bit of a crowded field. Derek Merrin, you can see here, NBC News has projected to win this primary. And you're going to be hearing an awful lot about this one in November. They actually did redistricting here too. It was a more complicated process, but the key is this is a Democratic held seat right now. You can see Marcy Kaptur. She was unopposed tonight. She's been in the House since.
This is the only seat that they have talked about in Ohio all night. They've been going for 4 hours now, almost. This is the only seat they've talked about in Ohio all night, and it's incredible. It's like these are this is supposed to be serious journalism, but this is the first, the first seat in Ohio that they've talked about, and it's the only seat they will be talking about. I can almost guarantee you they won't talk about the rest of the seats. Because it's a redistricting seat. They're only talking about the redistricts. Why? That's not... I would point out the title of this fucking live stream is Kornacki Cam. Watch Steve analyze Indiana and Ohio primary results. I guess this can be described as that, but only loosely. 10% of them, maybe.
Survive in this November in Ohio, and again, the significance.
Like one Ohio district, and the state Senate primaries in Indiana do not count. Like, really, in my opinion, it's not. How much is that percentage-wise? Right? You got the whole state Senate in Ohio is apparently completely superfluous and unimportant. Not talking about that. The entire House race, all the House races, the Senate, Secretary of State, Attorneys General, all of those are meaningless. And it's just, is it what, 10, 20% of the races max? Less? I don't know. I'm trying to think. It's got to be really small, because how many fucking state Senate seats are there in Ohio? It's got to be a fuck ton. $33 state Senate seats. So let's add that on to what, 24 in Indiana, 23, however many it is in Indiana. And then the 24 other races in the House. That's what, 47 plus, what was that other number I had? I lost it. God, it's got to be like no more than 20%, maybe less.
It is. She learned who her opponent will be. Derek Merrin nominated. They're trying to pick off Kaptur, someone Republicans have had in their sights for years, and has managed to get away from them. We'll see if she could pull one off again this year in probably her most difficult setting.
And there's this state Senate election happening in Michigan. Michigan is going to be such an important battleground state coming up. What can we read from there?
I think it's a bad result in Michigan right now, unfortunately.
I apologize, Gotti. I want folks to kind of just forget that I put this up because we actually are having a technical issue with our results, and these are some inaccurate numbers. So let me just escape from that as fast as I can with my apologies.
No worries. The map is always fluctuating until it finally settles, and we look to you for all things math. Steve, really appreciate that. And Vivek Ramaswamy, that's another one we wanted to check in with. What's it looking like tonight?
Yeah, so again, this is in the race for governor of Ohio, and it's an interesting story, right? Ramaswamy running there in the Republican primary back in 2024 against Trump. Obviously was not successful. He's kind of recast himself. He's back on good terms with the president, enough that the president endorsed him in this race. Ramaswamy, largely due to that endorsement, I think had no trouble winning this primary tonight. And certainly just given the political contours of Ohio here, he'll probably be a slight favorite there, maybe more than a slight favorite, I should say, to win the governorship this fall in Ohio. Again, this is a state that Trump carried by double digits, by 12 points in 2024. And it's an interesting situation, too, here, I think, simply because the sitting governor, the outgoing Republican governor, Mike DeWine, has had sort of a difficult relationship with Trump. He had hoped that his lieutenant governor, Jim Tressel, the former football coach at Ohio State, might be able to turn around and run here in this race for governor. But Trump getting behind Ramaswamy really kind of boxed out Tressel. And again, we talk about the Trump success in Indiana tonight with Republican voters. This is another sort of Trump success here on the primary side with Republicans.
Yeah, Steve Kornacki, really appreciate that. And that's going to conclude.
I know that was enough of Trump, but the Trump counter died because I got into an argument, and now I've stopped paying attention to this. So I'm deleting this. I'm not paying attention to this anymore. But they keep talking about Trump, of course, and not the rest of the elections, which, you know, a little annoying. Do I hate Trump? Yeah, a lot. Everybody knows that. But that's not the point of tonight. Like, yeah, there's like something to be had. There's like something, there's something to be said about that, perhaps. Yeah. Can we analyze what this means for Trump and his popularity and his ability to be the kingmaker in the Republican Party still? Sure. And we could talk about that. But it shouldn't be the fucking focus of the entire night. Democracy is happening right now, and they're just pretending like it's only about Trump. They're still trying to basically do the 2016 and 2020 playbook, 2024 playbook, all of these playbooks, the same one. It's the same one. It's just all about Trump instead of the people, instead of democracy, which is happening right now as we fucking speak. And these people continue to ignore it, to talk about Trump. For ratings, I don't know. I think it is honestly to distract us from what's actually happening. Like, you don't see NBC on the ground doing interviews with all of these candidates. You don't know these names. The only reason you know any of these names is probably in part because of me. Not entirely. I'm sure I know there's a lot of people here who are smart and who are focused in on this. I know this because you're all listening to this right now. And many of you, I know how focused you are on this stuff. But even I look through a lot of these names and do not know. I cannot put a face to these names, but we should. Because NBC, who has millions of dollars to do this nonsense, should be putting people on the ground covering these elections. You should know Frank Mervin's face and name, and Lavetta Sparks Wade's face and name, Barb Regnitz, James Schenke. I can't even, I got to think about the names because I'm not even familiar with any of these people. These are Republican Indiana House District 1, James Schenke, Ben Ruiz, District 2, Jamie the CEO, Sean Mayans for District 2. What do those two people look like? Do you know? Probably not. They don't want you focused on this. All they care about are fucking ratings. And that's why I'm mad. Right? That's why I'm mad right now. It's because that is not what I've cared about every time. Like, sure, do I care about the fucking channel growing? Of course. Of course I care about it growing, but it's never the only focus. It's a side focus. It's never just about spectacle, even though sometimes we do spectacle because it's fun or funny or whatever. It always has to come back down to moments like this. This is one of the most important fucking moments right now. This is the beginning, right? We should have been talking, for us at least, we should have been like this, doing this for the Texas election, for the Illinois election, and I did it, right? And I have apologized like 1,000 times. Really, I feel like I'm apologizing to myself because I don't hear anybody clamoring. But that's because I feel like we've just like accepted this state of affairs, right? And like if we're not like constantly like focused on this, they're not going to. They have millions of dollars and they're refusing to fucking do it. Meanwhile, channels like mine are being punished for random, arbitrary, unknown reasons. For being low effort, while I put in as much effort as possible. You know, and I'm one man. I say we a lot because I think of us as a community, and I think you all contribute something. Most of you, at least. And I cannot stress how important the primaries are. Because you know what's going to happen when we get to the general? If we don't pay attention to the primaries and we elect a bunch of APAC Dems, if we just it's not even elect, if we just let a bunch of APAC Dems walk to the general, what happens then? People like me are going to be sat here saying, vote blue, vote somebody who's going to be only incrementally different from Republicans. That's all I've got for you. Harm reduction. People like me will be sitting here having to make harm reduction fucking arguments that I am sick of trying to make. When we see less and less results from current leadership, right? We can't allow that. We can't allow that to come about again. Fuck that. I'm so sick and tired of that. Everyone's sick and tired of it. And that's why people are so disengaged. And that's why we need good candidates with good policies. That's why we need to be talking about them. And, you know, it's these guys' jobs to be doing it, and they're not. They're pretending to. They're putting on a pantomime of doing it. A kabuki theater of caring about the elections. And it's just endlessly fucking frustrating. All right, let's actually talk about the elections for a second. All these guys pretend. Hold on, let me make sure this is updated. Look at more effort. More effort. Just make sure you all have the latest results. Even if it takes a second. All right, Indiana House District. We already knew this one was called Frank Mervyn taking down Vendetta Sparks Wade. Neither of them very good candidates. And the Republicans, Barb Regnitz, still leading with only 68% counted. It's almost, I think they may have stopped. Have they stopped counting over there or what? And it was last updated a minute ago, so they must still be counting. 4 minutes ago updated here in the 2nd district. Jamie DeCio. Look like it's going to be a win, although it hasn't been Is it declared? No check mark yet for... Oh, actually, no, there's a check mark. What am I talking about? Check mark for DeCio, check mark for Yakum, who is already incumbent. Kelly Thompson, same thing. Stutzman leading Kenworthy in the Republican primary in District 3. Whetstone, unfortunately, looks like he's coming in last here in the 4th district. Aww. He was the guy with the what was it? It was like a pawn shop slash a safe event space for like LGBTQIA plus events that started running because he got sick of people. He got sick of people coming to say that they needed to pawn or sell their Nintendo 64 or something like that. Like, he got sick of people selling like Nintendo 64s to pay their bills and decided that enough was enough. We needed to solve the affordability crisis. Like, are you annoying the mods less on listeners? Dude, you're just getting timed out again. Full day. You've annoyed Mono. She's more patient than I am right now. See that? That's where we're at right now. Watch yourselves, chatters. Watch yourselves. I am less patient than the mods today. That's when you know things are bad. When I'm willing to pause the show to come after you. Because I see one of the mods complaining about you. That's bad. That's bad. Alright, moving on from the 4th District to the 5th District. Jackson Franklin, as we know, unfortunately lost here. Another candidate that we had endorsed in Indiana failed to meet the mark. J.D. Ford taking it down for Democrats. Sparts taking it down for Republicans. In the 6th District, however, things changed, with Cynthia Worth winning here by nearly 40% of the vote. Still technically counting, but she's been declared the winner. Jefferson Shreve would seem to be the assumed winner here in Indiana 6th. However, with 9% left, they still haven't called it. Andre Carson called the winner in the 7th. For Dems, another great win for us here in Indiana. Great candidate we talked about earlier. Last month, I think. When did we do the Ohio-Indiana breakdown? You like that guy? Are you talking about Whetstone? I assume that's what you're talking about. Yeah, me too. C'est la vie. There's always 2 years from now, I suppose. Patrick McCauley won for Republicans in Indiana 7th there. Mary Allen still winning, now by 52%. Still hasn't been declared the winner somehow. Another candidate that we backed here in Indiana's 8th. How does Ziegler even win in this one? 52% back with 84% in. The math ain't mathin'. Math ain't mathin' for Ziegler. Just call it. Call it, Indiana. Mary won. Republicans, Messmer winning in the 8th here unopposed. Same thing for Huchin in the 9th. However, for Democrats in the 9th, still a fairly close race here. Brad Meyer, who was the GNN backed candidate, if you will, only currently up by about 4%. With 86% in, I suppose anything could happen. Only 1,300 votes between the two of them right now. Okay, moving on to Ohio. Just going to cover Democrats here. I don't really care what's happening with Republicans. I just did it for Ohio, Indiana, because it was right there. But fuck that. Unfortunately here, not great results, galactically speaking. Ooh, but one win eked out here. Jared Christian There's a GNN back candidate who has been declared the winner in the 12th district of Ohio. Unfortunately, most of the GNN back candidates not winning here. We didn't have as many in Ohio as we did in Indiana in the first place, but Lynch, Gerard. Technically, Vetus hasn't lost. I take it back. For a second, I was going to say Vetus had lost, but Vetus could win. But he's way back. About 2,200 votes back. A little more. 6%, 7%. 7. With 62% of the vote in District 6, really anything could happen. I don't know the breakdown here, and since NBC isn't really doing their jobs, they're just pretending to do their jobs. I don't have a map for you. I could look for one. I could do NBC's job even more. Here, I'll do that in a second, because I think the stream's we're going to continue the stream for a little longer. Although we're not going to do a Galactic content goal, and it's not going to go on all night tonight, I'm afraid. It's just going to be the primary coverage. We're going to have a bunch of streams like this year, because it's the primaries and the midterm elections. Space cops are out there. They're coming for me.
Help! Help! I'm being repressed!
All right. But Ardelia Holmes, I can't remember her name. I couldn't remember her name for a second there. 11th district, unfortunately losing. But Chantel Brown is backed by the Congressional Progressive Caucus. So, could certainly be worse. Could certainly be much worse. But like I said, we only had about 6 candidates here. Christian winning, Vetus still in the race.
I'm staying in the race.
Seemingly everybody else for Ohio. Aside from Sherrod Brown, of course, who won his primary for Senate, which is exciting. He is a galactically backed candidate. I don't know, did Amy Acton win? Hold on. Oh. I think she did win. Was she unopposed? Hold on. I almost forgot about Amy Acton just now. Like, she's all the way down the list. Unfortunately, that's just the way I have it set up. All the House races are first, then the Senate, then the governor, Secretary of State, Attorney General. I haven't been getting to those last 2 enough yet still. God, I'm trying my best, guys. If this was all I focused on, I could easily cover this, right? Like, if I just focused on, if I was Kornacki, if I was getting paid $2 million fucking dollars a year, if I was getting paid 100 times as much as I am right now, the election coverage would be insane. Oh my God, you couldn't believe the level of election coverage I'd bring you people if I was getting paid 2 million bones instead of 20,000. If I wasn't literally living in poverty, rather than in a fucking gilded loft somewhere, you know, a skyscraper, you know, looking down on the peasants. If I wasn't a broken down space station over here, if I had $2 million a year, I'd be fucking killing it. Okay. Oh, we'd be talking about this day in, day out. The election coverage would be nonstop. We'd be every single fucking election. State Senate. Oh, baby, we'd have every. Oh my God. Don't tempt me with a good time. But I can't. I literally can't, right? Because I care about more things than just the elections. The elections happen there's a lot of elections always happening, but there's always other things happening in this world that we have to think about too. The Kardashians? Why are we talking about the Kardashians? The pawn shop guy. Yeah. No, he was a good guy. Was she unopposed? I think she must have been unopposed. Yeah. Or maybe not. No, hold on. Ah. Right. Okay. Well, she was unopposed. Okay, that's what I thought. Right. Okay. Ohio governor's race, Vivek Ramaswamy, Dr. Amy Acton win GOP Democratic nominations in 2026 primary election. Ohio's May 5th primary has set up the post-DeWine gubernatorial race with Dr. Amy Acton as the Democratic nominee against Republican Vivek Ramaswamy. Rhymes with cake.
Breaking news report you can follow.
Okay, thank you. And I want to apologize to folks and to
yeah, you should apologize.
and to Gotti there. I'm sorry about those Michigan numbers. Do we?
They are fixed and now out of the system.
Oh, I don't need an apology for the Michigan numbers. I'd like an apology for you guys not covering all of the fucking elections. That is, I think, what everybody deserves an apology
It's
for.
just a momentary eclipse. There.
Okay, they're really the News Now folks have been great to us to cooperate with these things, and hosts like Gotti, I know it's not the easiest thing for them to integrate this in. I appreciate their willingness to do it, and again, I really do. I apologize there for that. We are where we left off, however. Adam, can you ask the decision desk though if Vermilion is complete when they're going to update that?
Sure.
Okay, because I'd like to, again, the decision desk is telling us this is really done. I want to make sure it's done, and that it gets updated here because I want to see what that does to this 86% expected. And again, Warren, is it also done there? And then we're waiting on Montgomery. When did we get Montgomery last time around? The answer, I think it was a lot earlier than this, but
Brian Poindexter one. Actually, we didn't follow that. We didn't follow that guy. He wasn't on my list. I can't remember why. But you're saying he won? I think he hasn't technically won yet, but he is winning right now, big time. We haven't called the race for him yet, but he's up by 10%. With 45% in. So it's actually one of the lowest number counted so far. So really a lot could happen here. So I don't think you can necessarily call it. Although I have no horse in this race. So if you want him to win, I mean, that's probably a good sign. Must have some good policies over there. You want an apology from Adam? From Adam. Adam who?
let's see if we can find it. Jeez, the one that I need. Here we go. Oh yeah, they are. Montgomery in 2024, when they had far more votes to count, released all of their results at 8:40 p.m. We're an hour later and we got nothing from them with far fewer.
Did Bernie endorse him? Oh, okay. You know, I'll add him on my list if he's a Bernie endorsed candidate. I'll look into this guy. Look, my coverage hasn't been complete, as I said. I've been trying my best, but you know, unfortunately, the last couple of weeks I was planning on focusing in on these races big time, Instead, I focused in on being depressed over being demonetized and having $1,000 taken from me by YouTube. And feeling like all my hard work had been sort of been like punished somehow. Like I'd been punished, and it's just, I don't know. I did not manage to pull myself out fast enough to get on on everything, apparently, it would seem. And now I've got 1 week until the next primaries. Nebraska and Virginia are on the 12th. Louisiana's on the 16th. I have a scheduling issue on the... Well, I'll be able to do it. Actually, that might be fine. We'll just cover the election on the 16th. The 16th and 17th are the... I got, like... I should have been thinking about this more, but I've just been so stressed. But, like, the 16th and 17th are, like, the weekend. Like, next weekend. The rehearsal and the actual wedding the following day, and I'm in the groomsmen, the what do you call it, party, the wedding party, I guess. So I have to be there for everything. I'm involved. Responsibilities, limited responsibilities, because they don't trust us, apparently, with too much responsibility, which is fair. And by they, I mean the women's. Ugh. You know, some of us are responsible, don't get me wrong, if you just look over, like, the groomsmen, but just overall, and there's quite a few of us. There's quite a few of us. Like, overall, I feel like it's probably just a smart move to not expect too much, just that we're dressed properly and do like 3 things. Not even 3, I think it's like 2 things. All right, maybe more than that, but it's I don't know. It's not. They're not asking us to do too much for whatever reason. But for whatever reason, that's who's to say why they? Maybe they just don't want us to be too stressed out. I'm sure that's what it is. I'm sure it's not a lack of faith.
The count. Come on, Montgomery. I don't mean to. But that's a very. I mean, that really could be the ballgame. If it's everything in Warren, if we find out that Vermillion and Warren really are done, then everything is done except for Montgomery. And if everything is done except for Montgomery, and it's 500 votes out of Montgomery, which is a big if, Deary would need to be. Copenhagen.
Do you figure Kornacki's ever gonna cover the rest of the elections? I know I'm a broken record, but seriously, I would actually like to see the fucking maps. And I'm like starting to lose hope. I'm like, I don't think we're ever going to talk about it. I think I'm right. I think they don't really want us to talk about the rest of the elections. They don't want us to talk about the federal elections. They'll talk about the state elections specifically that redistricted, and that is it. I'm starting to think that if it weren't for the redistricting, we wouldn't be talking about this at all with Kornacki. He'd be taking the day off. Can you imagine getting paid $2 million to not talk about the thing that's your job? That's insane. That's a no-show. That's a no-show job right there. In the you know, it's like a no-show job, almost. I mean, he's here right now, but you know what I'm saying? Like, will there be a Kornacki cam on the 12th? On the 16th? On the 19th? It's Kabuki Theater. I know, that's what I'm saying, but I hate it. I hate that that's true. I hate that I'm right. I want to be wrong. Because I can't, I don't even know if I can do all of this on my own. Like, I'm over here, I'm looking for maps. I'm over here looking for maps so that I can look at it, because he's not bringing them up. Like, that's a problem. How much do I have to do exactly? Why is that NBC phoning it in over here for most of this?
To be winning them, you know, by 172, 253, 330 to 170, 340 to 160, 336 to 164. Yeah, she needs 336 votes. 500. 67. Yeah, she basically needs 2/3 of the vote. Yeah, if Montgomery's all that's left, if this is all that's left, and the expected vote, we do have 500 votes, Copenhagen needs to win like 2/3 of it. And honestly, she's not winning 2/3 in any of these other rural counties. She's winning well under 2/3. So very important. I mean, again, very tight. And what our decision is to make a call on this, when it gets this close, other factors of consideration, it may take a while to verify everything. But look, if all the vote actually is in Vermillion, and all the vote is in Warren, we know it's already in. Actually is in Vermillion, and all the vote is in Warren. We know it's already in Fountain County. We know it's already in Park, and we know it's already in Tippecanoe. That would leave this where we think it's probably got 500 votes, but it could be less than that. If it's 500 and there's no other votes anywhere in the district, Copenhagen's got to win 2/3 of it. She's not winning anywhere else. This county is pretty similar to the others, so she has to get a different result in this county. You have to get a different result. Otherwise, super close. But you're trying to race that 172. If all this left is Montgomery, you're not getting 2/3. You're not racing 172 probably. Unless there's far more votes than we expected. And we're seeing the expected vote actually come down in a lot of places. There's less votes in a lot of places than we expected. They said anything about that?
No paper yet.
Okay. I just realized they told us.
I am getting as much from this conversation as I won, like at 3x, as I was at 1x.
Sure, that's the case. But you can understand what changes on that. Anything new in 6?
The Jefferson Street District? Oh, 6 to 6 Senate. We're at 88% there, and it's 53-47. The challenger in the same day vote there just seems to be cutting it real close. In 6, no, it's still the same where we left it. No additional votes out of Lake. And nothing new there.
Okay. Can we also ask this? Have they heard? Are they in contact with folks in Montgomery? Do we have any sense? I mean, they are an hour beyond.
Let me just read through some messaging for a second here.
Yeah. Oh, more water. Thank you. I'm not sure who's still. Are these fun? Is it fun when we get a close election?
So Montgomery is still the clear, outstanding vote counting part of the 23rd,
right.
And we wouldn't make any additional moves until a call is made there. And likely, depending on the result, the call would be something like too close to call based on the margins we're seeing here.
Columbia
So,
underscore
again,
9505 just cheered 100 bits. Poor Kornacki, he ain't no Harry Enton. Maybe he had too much of Grandpa's cough medicine. By the way, thank you for the Star Wars stream on May 4th. It was awesome.
We can't even. Oh, yeah, of course. You know, yeah, totally. No, thank you for the bits, Columbia Regan. But we can't even do that right now, because unless I'm mistaken, CNN doesn't even have a YouTube coverage stream like for the election coverage stream. Hold on. I could eat my words here. I would accept this premise. I would totally accept this premise from you if Harry was if we had Harry. We don't even have him. Let's not forget, CNN isn't just now fully Trump subsumed media. So that's not shocking to me. It's just regime approved gobbledygook now, right? They've been taken over. Yeah, they're not even live. CNN's not even live. So I can't even say Harry's doing a better job than Steve. At least Steve's out here. But look, Steve's breaking a sweat. Look at him. He's drinking water, talking about the same thing over and over and over again. Boy, looks like a tough job.
We're pending Montgomery County, but
did they say anything about Vermillion?
They're holding steady at Vermillion, and we can try to get it updated in the system, but that's we're beholden to other.
I mean, are they saying it's done? Are they saying?
Yeah, it's the same update I gave you before. It says final in the system, and that's.
I just don't know why it's okay.
Yeah.
Just give me a pause saying it's on air when it keeps staying at 66%. You know, is there a reason they're not kicking it up? Same for Warren. Are they saying about Warren?
We're trying to reach people in Warren. I'm trying to reach people in Montgomery, and no responses.
So it's possible we're done in Warren too.
It is possible.
Okay, I'm just trying to get a sense of if they think this is just Montgomery.
I think the reality is there's a lot of unknowns, and we could get Montgomery, we could get additional updates, but we're making the calls and we're waiting for additional results. So we could be in this holding pattern.
Okay. You said Michigan 35 is now working.
You're not in a stop talking. They're like, we're in a holding pattern. Let's go back to Michigan instead of talking about the rest of Ohio and Indiana. Oh my God. Let's go back to Michigan instead of talking about the rest of Ohio. I feel bad for Ohio and Indiana right now. If you live in Ohio and/or Indiana, I feel bad for you right now. NBC does not give a shit about you. They're like, yeah, screw it. We're just going to talk about this one thing that relates to the president. We're not going to talk about the rest of your elections because fuck you. Actually, we're going to talk about Michigan instead. Jesus Christ. That is offensive. It's like they don't even care that democracy is happening right now. All the elections are coming in. The votes are being counted right now. So many of them have already been called, and they're like, we're in a holding pattern. Let's talk about Michigan. There's no more results on this one race that we're hyper focused on right now. It is ridiculous.
This is ridiculous.
Special elections of component counties here in Midland. Saginaw Bay County here begins just a small scattering of votes that have come in so far. Republicans can move into a tie in that chamber in Michigan, and just the mechanics of the sort of parliamentary maneuvering there, they could really cause headaches for Democrats if they are able to do that. That's what winning this would require. Again, we say coming into these special elections, Democrats have been overperforming in this type of election so consistently since Trump came back to the White House. You'd have to think just on the basis of that. They're well positioned tonight. We'll see what the results bring very, very slowly, clearly. Speaking of slowly, we are waiting, as we said on this one. Love to see if that Vermilion gets updated, if it really is done. And we are waiting on the 6th district, where again, nothing new here, but we have
a new characterization at 23.
Yeah.
We are going to call it too close to call. That's where we stand.
Okay, this has changed. I think we just got Vermilion. Okay, this is the thing I've been. Sorry, it is now. You see what this did? This went from 66 to 95 without the vote changing. It means what the decision desk told us, the vote was all done. Now it's updated in the system. And again, look what that did. Remember, this was sitting at 86%, right? Looked like there was still a fair amount of votes. Well, just these numbers have not changed, and this now is up to 91% because we confirmed and put in the system that there's no votes still to come in Vermilion County. Now, this is my question. We've seen this happen 1, 2, 3 counties here. Is this one the same story? Is this any different? This is the question for the decision desk. I'd love to know because if there's still vote here, look, Copenhagen's winning this county by nearly 20 points. If there's still vote here and she's winning it by 20 points, she won't make up all of this, but she'll take a bite out of it. And then the idea that she could overtake Deary in Montgomery County is plausible, right? We're saying right now, if there's no votes left anywhere else, she has to win Montgomery by a margin she's not winning anywhere else currently. If this kind of vote, it's up to 95. Wow, okay, that's it. That's huge. That is all the vote in Warren. Look what just happened. Remember, it was sitting at 86% 20 seconds ago. We confirmed there's no new vote to come in any of the outlying counties. We already knew Tippecanoe County, so this is now up to 95% of the expected vote. And now the situation really has centered right here on the only place left in this district where there's vote to come. That's Montgomery County, where we have no.
Dude, this is insane. This is offensive to me, okay? And everybody in Indiana should be offended right now. They want to hype, like hundreds of thousands of people voted in Indiana and in Ohio, who's being completely ignored in a stream with a title that says Ohio primary results. Like, I got in trouble last year. The stream got demonetized. I don't know why, but one of the things under the banner of spam, scam, or what's the other? I forget whatever it's called. But basically, like if you put in a title that is wrong, that is like clickbait basically, or like thumbnail this clickbait, and you don't talk about the things there or keywords or hashtags, like, and you're just trying to drive attention to yourself, but you're not actually talking about the thing that you're saying you're talking about, like, that's a scam according to YouTube. That's a spam. They're not talking about Ohio. 99% of this video is not about Ohio. At any point where I click, it will almost definitely not be Ohio. There's Indiana again. Here, I'm just going to randomly click through this. That's, I think, Indiana, but I can't tell. Just going to keep clicking. Indiana again. Keep clicking. Indiana. 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 Same thing. All's just same state, Senate primary. Indiana. Literally, I am just picking random places to click right now. I'm not even looking at where it is. Indiana. We're 80% of the way through. Indiana. 90% of the way. Indiana.
Columbia Arican _9 505 just cheered 100 bits. Damn, what is wrong with Kornacki? Why he is so off his game. He's looks like he's shaking and sweating bullets. Trump approved equals poor quality.
I feel like I'm taking crazy pills.
Seriously, dude. What in the hell is going on over here? What in the hell is going on over here? I'm the low effort scam. right? The guy who's actually talking about all of the elections in Indiana and Ohio, not NBC, who can't be fucking bothered to do that in a video entitled Ohio, Kornacki Cam, Ohio and Indiana live coverage.
In a major state.
Primaries. Results. Oh, they gave up. Look, they gave up. They're done. Aw. Nothing left to talk about. Why talk? Right. I mean, why keep talking when there's nothing left to talk about? You've got to be kidding me. Nothing left to talk about. No big deal. All done. That's it. We got all the results from this one state Senate race. Why would there be anything else to talk about? It's unbelievable. I don't even know what to say. It is shameful.
You should be ashamed of yourself for having that thought.
Who thought that this is what we do today? Huh? Who thought that this is what was going to come out of the Kornacki cam when we first put it on? I didn't. I thought maybe they would actually talk about the fucking primaries. They don't care about democracy. They care about ratings. They care about Trump. And that is it. That is the only way you can vote. For or against Trump. Why would there be any other reason to vote? Not for something. Not for healthcare. Not for equality. Not for protecting the environment or workers' rights or LGBTQ rights or women's rights or no, you can only vote for or against Donald Trump vicariously through these performative votes that mean nothing aside from some sort of it's like some sort of baseball game, some sort of cultish baseball game. That's all it is. For or against Trump? Is it not? Who cares what you're for? Who cares what you're actually for? That's not important, says NBC. CNN couldn't even be bothered to do a fucking live stream. NBC did Kabuki Theater over here. But they were the only ones who even gave it a shot. And it's fucking sad and pathetic. That is disappointing. I couldn't be more disappointed, not gonna lie. I thought maybe NBC was still trying to do journalism over here, but it's fake. Might as well roll those sleeves down, Kornacki. Exactly. That is so frustrating. I couldn't be more pissed off right now. I guess we'll just
Columbia Arican _ 505 just cheered 100 bits. You're right, GSL. The writers become complete brainless sheep. Empty husks in a cult.
This is ridiculous! Come on!
All right, well, I guess we're all just gonna have to figure it out. We're gonna have to do democracy ourselves, everybody.
So we're all gonna learn this together.
Yep, Sam's right. We're all gonna learn this together.
Get your shit together.
What happened to my page? Oh, goddamn. Gotta reopen these. I think I got mad. Oh, wait, no, here they are. Is this it? Yes, there we go. Good. Good. All right. Hey. Bernie bad candidate, Brian Poindexter, race called finally. With 60% of the vote in District 7, winning by almost 14%. Sorry, little over 13% of the vote in Ohio. That's a win. That's a win for us, I think. As well as Chantel Brown, I think, is still a win, even though Ardelia didn't win. Although Ardelia made it to second place now, as the votes are coming in here. That's interesting. That's interesting. Jared Christian, of course, winning here in the 12th. But those are really the only wins. Lynch losing in the first. Gerard losing in the third. Vetus still, I think, too far back. I'm afraid I don't have a lot of faith here that Adrian Vetus will manage to pull this one out. Anything could happen, and maybe we should never give up, never surrender.
Never give up. Never surrender. Oh, shut up.
But I don't know. Not looking good. He's been pulling back rather than gaining ground. If he had been gaining ground as we go back and forth between the results, I'd be more hopeful. But now he's like 9% back. Almost 3,000 votes behind. That's almost 1,000 votes more than last time I think we checked. That's not a good trend. The rest of the votes coming in would have to be for him. I think that's why they haven't called it yet, but that's not good because other races have been called with less votes in. You know, so this district, the 7th district, for instance, although that one's a little bit further out in terms of the spread there, but I'm just losing a little faith on that one, unfortunately. To be frank, baseball is less exciting. Less exciting than what? Cricket? Baseball is less exciting than most sports, right? Like I agree with you. And I used to play baseball. I still think it's boring. Unless you're there. It's a different situation. If you're at baseball is one of those sports that it's fun if you're there. It's a fun thing if you're in the stadium, you know? Yeah. All right. Well, we're not done with our coverage yet. Let's go back to Indiana. See what things are looking like over here.
Columbiarican_9505 just cheered 100 bits. Hey GSL, does the space station has a time machine? Cause we need to utterly affect this dumb timeline.
Does the space station have a time machine? I'm afraid not. I'm afraid no time machine. If we did, don't you think I would have used that at this point? Don't you think I would have? Utilized that sort of technology to undo some of the more horrible things that we've seen, you know, timeline be damned. I mean, you don't think I would have like time machined a number of different things at this point? If so, I think you think too low of me, sir. You must really think I do this for the money. Because if I had a time machine, boy, oh boy, I would go back. I would do so many things differently. Oh. If I had a time machine, we'd have Medicare for all. If I had a time machine, we'd have Medicare for all, UBI, and automated space, luxury space communism. Galactic moon commune, from which I'd be doing my spacecast from, rather than this broken down space station that's threatening to come hurtling back down to Earth. I mean, you don't think I would have prevented the genocide? Or like October 7th? Or, I don't know, 1948? Or like, I mean, just in the Middle East, I mean, there's so many things I would perhaps change. You don't think I would do that? I mean, come on, you think way too low of me, dude. Oh my God. To fix the climate change situation? We'd be on full renewables at this point. We would have started this 50 years ago when we first started talking. Well, not we, but when humanity first started talking, I would have. Oh, so many things. Sadly, I did not. Let's go back to Indiana. That was a fun tangent. That was a fun tangent. Like, we basically have like the Star Trek future. If I had a time machine, I'm pretty sure we'd have med beds and interstellar travel. Okay, I'm pretty sure. We just go back far enough with the right technology. We can change the course of humanity. All right, and no, I'm not trying to invite the conversation of what would happen to the timeline. Look, listen. You're right. None of this is feasible. That's why this is clearly hypothetical. I'm not here to play that game. I'm going to play that game. Go watch. Let me think. The best one to watch. Oh, why can't I think of this one? I watched it like in college. It's like where these guys like invent the time machine in their garage and they go like back and forth. Like they go in like this weird loops. I'll think of it. No, I won't. No. Primer. I watched this way back. When I was in honors theoretical physics class. Yes. I watched this movie as an assignment. Primer. Look it up. Bill and Ted, sure. I mean, I don't think they talk too much about how much do they talk about the implications of... Actually, I take that back. A little bit. They talk about it a little. The paradox. Time paradox. Far out. Okay. Let's see how things are doing here. Frank Mervyn. We're just going to do Democrats this time. Just skip the Republicans. We talked about that enough. Frank Mervyn, the winner in District 1, who was technically a candidate we said you could technically vote for, but was pretty trash if you wanted to in the general But I said also, I think I mentioned that he was probably going to win this, no problem. Which, yeah, he did. Didn't have a recommendation for House District 2, but we had ones for the rest of them. Kelly Thompson winning, and she was our preferred candidate there. John Whetstone coming up to third place now. No way he wins here. Drew Cox, I think, is the guaranteed winner of District 4. Good to see him not coming dead last, though. Jackson Franklin, unfortunately, losing another one of our candidates here in District 5. J.D. Ford, the winner of this primary. However, that's where things start to turn. Cynthia Worth winning. In the 6th, Andre Carson winning in the 7th. Mary Allen, not yet declared the winner, but up by 52.7%, updated 7 minutes ago. With 84% of the vote in, he has in fact won. We're calling. We're calling the way. GNN is calling the race in Indiana's House District 8 since nobody else is. We'll be the first to do it. This is a win for Mary Allen. House District 9 with 90% in, with Brad Meyer currently up by 1,400 votes. And we unfortunately cannot declare a winner. This is so close. And we don't have a map on this one since nobody else is doing their job. We don't know. We can't say for sure. But these were, in fact, good results, and potentially good results, because we do want Meyer to win here. We would like to call it for Meyer here, but I don't want to get ahead of myself. I want to be self-congratulatory and then be kicking myself later. So we will hold off on calling that race. It was just updated a minute ago. So I'm going to keep my eye on this, as well as the two of the other races I think that are still running that we're keeping our eyes on. For now, we won't end the stream. I'll just keep chilling and talking about these elections. You know what we'll do right now? Just because... Hold on, let me pull this up. Where is this? GNN is funded by viewers like you. Without your support, we would cease to exist. Thankfully, we have a lot of great ways for you to show how much you appreciate what we do around here. Things like Twitch, bits, power-ups, subs, gifted subs, Cash App and PayPal, Throne, and of course, Patreon. Or for the low price of $3 a month, you get access to a myriad space benefits unseen by the rest of the goddamn Milky Way galaxy. Let's keep this moving. And now it's time for the Ohio and Indiana elections. What was I saying? Oh, right. So yeah, for instance, with Ohio, 15 districts there, I only currently have 6 even close to viable candidates. Yeah, that's right. You're not seeing double. I'm reacting to my own video. Sue me. Schmeggly, trying to feed the puppy. Look at Leica eating in 2 different videos. Okay, there we go. Trippy. But this is the... I do know, this is not a time machine. This is just... This is not a real time machine. This is right here is what it's called, a clip. Posted this channel yet last night. Wish I'd done it sooner. I was hoping to get it traction on like at least one Ohio and Indiana clip. I need to do a Nebraska and West Virginia clip like tomorrow, like tonight, like Tuesday. Like honestly, I have not prepared. Which means once I'm done with this, that's what I have to do. Like I have to work on that. Like this, honestly, like this is, to me is the most important thing I can imagine, is the elections. We have a lot going on, but this is number one. This is number one. So let's just talk about the candidates who were running here that we've been talking about all night. And not everybody's social media presence or campaign marketing strategies are made equal, sadly, but truly. We're going to start, though, here in Ohio's 1st district. Let me just... need to pull this up now, too. I'll be right back. I need more tea. Damon Lynch, who is running for Ohio's 1st as a Democrat. This is his homepage. You can see it here at friendsofdamonlynch.com. All people, one struggle. David Lynch IV, people over profit. Damon Lynch IV is building a grassroots movement to take back Ohio's 1st district from corporate interests and foreign lobbies. You can donate and volunteer here, okay. He's fighting for health care for all, climate justice, fair wages, women's freedom, affordable homes, equal rights, public schools, immigrant dignity, tax fairness, LGBTQIA plus equality, small businesses, people power, voting rights, an end to the genocide in Gaza, I assume, and union power and free Palestine. We'll get more into this here with this discussion. Cincinnati Public Radio from 2 weeks ago. With candidates Damon Lynch and current Representative Greg Landsman, who sucks.
6 candidates are running for Ohio's 1st congressional district this year. Could the race help determine who controls the U.S. House? This is Cincinnati Edition on WVXU. I'm Lucy May. Joining me in this recorded interview to discuss why he's running is Damon Lynch IV, a Democratic candidate in the race. Welcome to the program.
Soul Life, that's a beautiful thought. That's a beautiful thought. But actually, I'm going to amend this slightly. Soul Life, you beautiful man. If you are a YouTube member of GNM, please switch to Twitch membership, even if you watch on YouTube, and also make sure membership isn't still enabled. When this fix gets fixed, remember to re-enable it. Yes, first off, let's hope we get this fixed very soon.
Immediately, if not sooner.
I'm working on a strategy in the background. But I'm actually going to say, go to Patreon, then Twitch. If you're looking for more membership, your access to emotes, things like that. Who's this guy shilling over here on my channel? That's just my suggestion. But yeah, would also help on Twitch. Get the views up over there. The fact is hopefully this all just gets resolved very soon. We don't have to worry about any. All right, unfortunately, I'm going to skip past Damon, unfortunately, since he lost his race. Quickly go over Joe Girard. Joe Girard here. He also lost. But hey, is what it is. All right, here's Joe's website. JoeForCongress.com. Refusing war, restoring affordability. Meet Joe. He's a 26-year-old engineer, civil rights litigant, former EMT, and Short North homeowner. Running for Congress, accepting 0 donations from anyone. He's running to keep his generation out of the war. And because Columbus deserves a representative who answers to the people who live here, not the donors who fund their campaign. Before he decided to run, Joe was already fighting for fighting for accountability from law enforcement in federal court. I think he should have accepted donations from people, just not large dollar donations. Like, right? Like, I think that may have been the reason why Joe didn't wind up. I don't think that was the best strategy necessarily. But he had a fairly good platform here. All right, who else we got? Who's next? But we've also got a website for this guy. Here's Daniel Burkett for Congress. I guess we could just do this. That what? No. I don't want your cookies. I am proof that the American dream is possible, and I believe it should be within reach for everybody. Hi, I'm Daniel Burkett, a husband, father, small business owner, and lifelong resident of Findlay, Ohio. I was raised in a working-class family that often went without more than the basics. And I know what it's like to grow up with limited means. Those experiences shape my values and my commitment and my commitment to helping others. Unfortunately for Daniel, 98.3% of the vote in. He lost by 4.3%. Joe lost by nearly 60%. And Damon lost by 36%. But oh no, they're calling it for Kirtley too. I thought so. Yeah, let's go to Vetus. Adrian Vetus, who was one of those candidates here who managed to at least put up a fight in his district. Got much closer than some of the other candidates taking this down, but it was just called. Damn. This is one of the ones we were still watching. This is why we haven't ended the stream yet. Oof. I cannot remember what Kirtley's policy platform is, but we'll try and get into that later when the midterms come around. But maybe that's just me. All right. Here's Adrian Vetus 3 months ago with his launch video for his congressional run in Ohio's 6th.
Across our state, so many of the people that I speak with are not happy about the way things are. And in this economy, it can be tough to get by right now. And look, if you're a normal person trying to tune out politics to focus on work or your family, I get it. And honestly, I'm also tired of this shit.
Affordability is a hoax.
Premium will spike.
U.S. Southern Command posted this video after an ICE officer fatally shot a woman.
Consumer prices rose 2.9%. Epstein, Trump, and a 20-year-old whose name...
Our bills go up, but our paychecks never do. Our taxes go up, but our lives are not getting any better from it. So where is all the money going? And every election, politicians from both sides are making promises to Ohioans that they never keep. And here's a secret. Most of the time, they don't even try. How could they, when their pockets are being filled by the same corporations that raise our prices, send our jobs away, and profit from distraction, division, and war? Things don't change because this system is working for them, but it's not working for us. Millionaire politicians like Mike O'Rourke are cashing big paychecks while he does nothing. So it is time to get our money's worth.
Immediately, if not sooner.
In Ohio, we work hard for our families and neighbors, and together, we've created the richest country in the world. But let me ask you a question. Does it feel like it? I'm in this to fight for real solutions for working people, and my values are not for sale. So here's how we do that. By standing on the side of workers, we can lower prices and create higher wages to put more money back into your pocket. By standing on the side of our communities, we can provide the basics like healthcare, childcare, education, employment, community safety without making you get the bill. And by standing on the side of democracy, we can give common decency in this country a voice again. But to do that, we need to win. Yeah! The Ohio Valley has a story. It's about being tough, hardworking, and building things together. I grew up here, with generations of union workers and proud immigrant roots in my family. I worked hard to climb my way up, from factories to graduation day. Then I got an advanced degree and worked internationally at the top of my field. But I also know what it's like to work hard and not get ahead. Earlier this year, my career was taken away from me, along with thousands of veterans and federal workers by the world's richest men. They took my job, so now I'm coming for theirs. To do that, I need you, and together we can build something real. My name is Adrian Vitus, and I'm running for Congress in Ohio's 6th District to put working people first.
Okay, well that was Adrian Vitus. Sadly did not pull it out, it would seem, in the 6th. He did come in 2nd place, but one candidate who won, I think, is a good thing for Ohio. And actually, we watched a rally of his earlier this week.
With the way things are going, I don't think working people like you and me.
Yeah, we watched the Bernie Sanders rally earlier this week, which was for Brian Poindexter and others, other Ohio representatives that were running.
With the way things are going, I don't think working people like you and me are going to hold on much longer. I mean, we're working harder and harder, and we're getting less and less. Growing up in the 80s on the west side of Cleveland, we didn't have much, but an honest day's work was enough to provide for your family. My dad was a machinist with the IAM for 46 years. That one job was enough to support a family of 8. That is obviously not possible anymore. I got my first job at a machine shop at 15 years old. I worked 7 days a week. It was 1995, I was making $6 an hour, which at the time wasn't that bad. You know what's really messed up? Is minimum wage is barely more than I made over 30 years ago. We're hurting, man. We're hurting just to boost the profit margins of those who have too much. What really pisses me off is we're struggling to make ends meet, and we got a guy on pace to be a trillionaire. Our whole district could be millionaires with the amount of money that one guy is going to accumulate for himself. And good people can't even get SNAP benefits? That's crazy to me. And I'm tired. I am tired of the Republicans who are in the pockets of the rich and the corporations. I'm tired of the sellout Democrats too. The ones who fight for everybody else except for the working people. We have to fundamentally change who has power in our country. The time is now. We don't have time to wait.
All right. Well, Brian Poindexter won his election. Hold on, I'm going to switch back. Now you can't even see my voice. There we go. There we go. I'm back. Am I wearing the same shirt I slept in? I worry that if I change shirts, people wouldn't recognize me, you know? But Brian Poindexter won here by 15%, 70.3% of the vote in. race called? Who do I have next? Oh, this is Ardelia, who also lost her race. I think I'm going to skip that one. She really lost bad. And actually, Chantel Brown, not a bad candidate either, who's currently going to be the Democratic nominee. She received the Progressive Congressional Caucus, CPC, whatever it's called, endorsement. Security, housing, and healthcare as foundation. Christian candidate in Ohio's congressional races that I've got for us tonight. We got a video for this guy.
And people can't afford food, and they can't afford housing, and they can't afford to see the doctor. And the Dow Jones being up doesn't mean a damn thing to a person who doesn't have one. And most of my life, I didn't even know what a 401k or 401k was. And I think that applies to more people than we can even understand. I mean, growing up where I did, people don't have
the Dow right
the
now.
Dow Jones, the S&P doesn't mean shit to anybody. I know we're talking about Troy, but these are the people that support him. He voted to cut the ACA subsidies. And though subsidizing things as the US government is not the best plan to fix something that's broken, we don't just stop programs that are saving lives and not replace them with something better. You don't just quit. So the dude has been in office all this time, hasn't put a bill up that has helped one single person in this state, except the people who own gas companies and fracking wells.
Okay, before we move on, I just want to go quickly to Jared's website, Christian for Ohio. Honestly, that's the perfect, like, considering all the Christians in Ohio. Christian for Ohio is the perfect website name. Like, it hits with a particular demographic, I think. Okay. That was Ohio. It's Jared Christian, who won his election in District 12 by 13%, with 94% of the vote in now. That's a done deal, it would seem. What next? I guess we could do Indiana too. But I was kind of expecting NBC to be going into more depth on the fucking elections. Is anybody like? Is anybody as surprised as I am? Like, 'cause I was thinking it would at least touch on these things that we just got done talking about. They would at least mention these names that are now going to be potentially in the House of Representatives. They're all pretending like the primaries don't exist. It's a pretty disturbing state of affairs. What do you think about it? It means I gotta do more work. It means I gotta do way more work on this. If this is what it's going to be like for the rest of the year, I have got to figure out what we're going to do in lieu of it. 'Cause I'm starting to think, like, look, here, let's look at my list right now real quick. And I'm trying to continue to fill it out. Thank you, Gerb, by the way, for helping out, as well as Who else? Got all of your... Oh, wait. Hold on. I got to close these. So nobody can see. I know there's a bunch of people that I know have joined and are starting to help out. I can't remember everybody's names right now, but I know Gerb has been really getting in over here in Kentucky. But this is what we have right now for the primaries out of us. The primaries aren't even closed over. This is all we've done. These two. Ohio, Indiana. That's it. These are done. Now Nebraska and West Virginia, excuse me, are next week at this time. I think it's next Tuesday. Let me look. Let me just double check. Open my calendar. Yes, next Tuesday is that election. Then Louisiana, which is Saturday. Next Saturday, right? The 16th. Alabama, that's the 19th. That's another Tuesday. Right? In fact, it's Alabama, Georgia, Idaho, Kentucky, Oregon, Pennsylvania, all on the same day. That's 6 primaries. Are we going to have primary coverage from NBC? Is Kornacki going to be out there covering these primaries? Or is it just going to be the ones that redistricted? I don't know. Were there even any redistricting? California redistricted, so maybe they'll cover that? Maybe? But will they be covering all of these? Iowa, Montana, New Jersey, New Mexico, South Dakota, Maine, Nevada, North Dakota, South Carolina, Oklahoma, Maryland, New York, Utah?
Columbiarican _ 9505 just cheered 100 bits. I guess picking up a bad habit is sorta like a time machine. Going through the present, passed out, and waking up after Trump is no longer in the White House is worth a bad headache.
Oh, God. Thank you for the bits. Columbia Rican. I don't think that counts as a time machine, though. I gotta say. If I had to make a determination on that, I don't think that counts. I would have thought of that at this point if I thought that counted. But look at all the elections. Basically, the rest of the country still has primary elections, right? From Delaware to, Alaska, right? From Massachusetts to California. From Florida to Ohio, whatever. There's like 40. There's like at least 40 elections left right now. I think like 41. It's insane, and nobody. Like I feel like I'm. I feel like I'm taking crazy pills right now. Like everybody should be talking about this. Like we're all very upset at Donald Trump right now. No, I could have sworn that we've been having protests over Donald Trump and the policies of Republicans, like a bunch of them, right? Like big ones, like big historic size protests. Why aren't we talking about the fucking election? Why are we not covering it? Like this is literally an existential situation. That's the question I have, because that's where I'm at. That's why I'm covering it in the way that I'm doing. So I'm dedicating a whole stream to it. Ay. Anyway, if you want to help me and the community, and perhaps eventually others outside it, you can get involved in the Galactic election efforts in the Discord. If you're not in the Discord, you should be. Pretty easy to get in there, although it's not a public Discord. Gotta find the link in one of the chats, YouTube, Twitch, Discord command. Get you the link there before people...
So hot right now.
We have channels now I've created. I've created channels for everyone. Here, let me show you. I think I can do this without doxing everybody. Just have to go streamer mode on this right here. Where is it? I forget where it is. God damn it. Where is it? This used to be so easy, and now I can't find it.
This is the very definition of totalitarianism.
Yeah, right. It's supposed to like just show up. Where is it? I don't see it. What the hell? What? Huh? What? I can't figure out how to do this right now. I don't know. This used to be like a one-click thing, and now I can't find it. This is super weird. Huh? Is it under appearance? It is under appearance. Why is this under here now? Okay. Great.
This is ridiculous!
Okay, I've created multiple sections for everybody in the Discord to peruse, to contribute, and all sorts of other things. We've got, if you go all the way down here, you can see elections first. This is where you can sign up to contribute. You just gotta click the Google Doc here. You see this docs.google.com. You just gotta click this. That'll take you to the spreadsheet and allow you to ask for permission to contribute to the spreadsheet, at which point, once I get to it, I will give you permission, and then you can go to town. But if you want to just share information directly without having to use the spreadsheet, which I get, it's easier. You can just send links to articles, YouTube videos, and things like that here under U.S. elections by state. Each state is getting its own channel: Alabama, Alaska, Arizona, all the way through, all of them. All of them by alphabetical order with their own little emojis next to them. Same thing for Canada. Might even do one for the UK if I feel saucy later this year, if I get a little extra time on my hands. But this is what I was able to get done in the time that I had back when I was working on the Discord. So that will hopefully be useful to some people. And to me. Because, of course, When you people all recommend videos in the Discord channels, I often see them. Not always. But sometimes, and especially with the election stuff, I really need your recommendations as much as possible. If we can collaborate our efforts, it would be huge for me. All right. Well, I think that's going to be it for tonight. I don't have a back half to the show. It was just election coverage. But we will, I guess, do a super secret late night after hours Galactic chill stream. Honestly, though, the results here, not terrible. Could be a lot worse, I think. We saw a lot of progressive Galactic-backed candidates or others who made it through the primary process are now going to be going to the general election. Thankfully, we have many months to prepare for that, but really that time's just going to fly right by. Considering the news cycle, especially for me, because I'm constantly overwhelmed by the onslaught of news. It's gonna feel pretty quick, I think. Yes, exactly. We still have a lot of work to do. And we still have to vote them into office, right? This is just the first step. But it's the most important, technically one of the most important steps. Because of the foundation of all of this. It's who we're going to be actually voting to put in office. And, you know, rather than just accepting who's presented to us, right? Have to put work in now. So we'll hopefully have the best options. And honestly, it's a good start. It's a good start here in Ohio and Indiana. Could have been better? Yeah. But we gotta start somewhere. Well, we got through another stream. It was quite long and also difficult, but thankfully we had each other to get through it. Till I see you next. You stay classy, Galactic Stream Nation. Can't forget this. These are your Galactic patrons. Gabby, Gothdox, Aaron W, Schmegley, PB, Medi, Afroponics, Narwhal by Nature, Interplanet Janet, Godcat, Robot Cat, Disco Wolf, Callie Braiding, Sammy, Geodragon, The Anti-Corporatist, Obsessive Audio, Moenoib, Nadia, Choki, Scouts, Selena, Omega Star, Sasha G, Pitchforks Dragon, Vincent Morales, Donald James X, Evan from Portland, Lovely Pariah, Mish, Becky, Decipher, Icebreaker, Columbia, Regan, New York, Will in Detroit, Sisyphean Task, BC, Free Palestine, Hermit Horologist, HBX, Manda, Lori Lunchmeat, Carl Gaslightocracy, Paige Larson, Frizla, Hana 99, Dark Sparkle, CJ from the 6, The Reference Frame, Glitchmaster, Social Butterfly, The Anarchist, Perfect Cell, Winnie and Robin, Young Chris, Echios, Emily S, and Hakate. That's right, all these people here have helped produce the show which your eyes and ears just got done enjoying. You can too for just a few dollars a month on Patreon. Bye.